Hi. The first thing I see is, woo, UK! Oh my good heavens. Anyways, hello, hi, welcome. Let me turn down. Turn them down. Hello, hi, welcome. I love everybody today. It's Fox! And I did take my vitamins. I did. Hi, Fox. Hi, Doc. Hi, Haunted. Hi, Joel. And hi, Turnip. Hello. I got excited. I was like, oh my god, it's Joel. Hello, hi. Bro, one of these fucking days, we'll get the auto merch handoff happening. One of these fucking days. Daylight might burn? Don't have a window. Who's burning because of the daylight? That's a mood, though. That's a big mood. Oh shit, that's what I needed. Let me just roll away. Oh no, I hit a rug. Can I grab this? I couldn't grab my iPad. Anyways, hi, hello. How is everybody today? I should bring this up, but I didn't. Area and leaving to work. That's crazy. I need to respond. I need to actually check my phone messages when I need to. You know what's really fun is having Life 360. I have multiple groups in Life 360, but having it with your friends is so funny because B just out of nowhere hearted my location. She said, "Love ya." Dance, do a little dance, do ya dance. We'll send her a little love ya back. That was so funny. I'm like, what? Saw some Lee people from yesterday? From our time? That's crazy. Did that take away my One Piece picture? Put Mr. Whiskers back there.
My cats are being chaos.
What are they doing? Very accurate for cats. Doing fine today? Yeah, you're not exploding! Yeah! I'm glad they owned up of just like, oh yeah, we sent the... Oh, we didn't send the message. Breaking into the kitchen, very cat-like, very cat-like. When we had the triplets, when they were first kittens, and when we first let them out, their first night to roam the entire house to themselves, they got into the bread. So very accurate. Hello, Steve. Was it blown up? Yay! I want blown up. You would blown up! Yay! Freaking fluff in my nose. Honestly, that's some sentence I would say. Sarah want blown up. Kaboom! Dudes, I want to show you the arc edit. That's not going to be done this week. I realize that now because I have not played Arc enough. So I need to request to play it with Jordy and request to go on different maps because I like the image I have, which does mean I don't know what the fuck I'm editing for later this week to post. So we gotta figure out what to do for that. I could do another Outlast. Outlast does really well. Sorry, I was staring at Zoro for a second. I picked him up for no reason. Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. I gotta read my book, Jesus Christ. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow. I love this song. Is the other... I kind of want Dracula, though. Dracula's really good. I'll leave Sanitized up, though. Main goal is to blow up. What a crazy-ass goal. I was thinking about buying Ark. They say it was an extraction shooter. Immediately said nah. Oh yeah, it's really pretty. I have beef with the company a little bit, but not too much beef. It's just kind of like the why do we have to do this type of thing.
This man is infringing on my property on my friend's realm. In Minecraft, I joined backend. He's just built like 150 blocks away from me. ...
Why did it say Minecraft? Minecraft. That's annoying. I hate that, honestly, Haunted, because like you have a whole fucking world that yeah. See, the only thing is that they have done this before because it was in the finals, and I love the finals, but the announcers in the finals are all AI, but it's done the proper way in the sense that they contracted the voice actors.
Minecraft hair Rochi.
Oh, Orochi. Where it's like the actors who they snatched their voices, like they gave permission, like whatnot. It was a properly done contract, but like I just don't like the thought of AI voice. I'm like, just hire them to say these different things. Also, because I will say with Arc, my biggest beef with Arc for the AI voices is the fact there's normal voice lines, because there was going to be more like story and whatnot and actual voice lines. So there's a couple of characters that have proper voice lines, but then it's the in-game voices that are very and the in-game voices, actually I can't complain about the in-game voices, but there's a certain point you hit where the voice lines just become AI, and it's sad. I also gave express permission to do it. It's only a handful of lines. Yeah. That's why my beef is just kind of like the why do AI, just hire it. But the AI voice mod for the in game, so when you talk to other people, that changes your voice. That quite funny. I feel safe to talk in a game for once. Be addicted to Minecraft? As Chat Cat once said, Minecraft. As long as it's not voice and art. I mean, it's such a hard convo because I also talk about AI since AI like Alien Isolation, because that is an AI, like that is an artificial intelligence that learns how you go because it has a director telling it. So like that stuff, that's been around for a while. And like that, okay. Also, I complain about the AI like Sheva in Resident Evil 5. Hi, Goomber. How are you? So we do massive AI. I don't... Where it could take other people's jobs, I don't like. Hello, Kai. I love you, Kai. Paid for another month? Damn, you are addicted. It's okay, get the addiction out. It comes in waves. Because the lines were added later. Saturdays were a little busy, so they asked if they could... They said, yeah. See, and like, I can't be too mad about, at least with like these two games, specifically, because they've gotten permission, and a lot of stuff that they do, if they do that, they have permission and they have asked. You're replacing 70% of the team with AI? Oh. I hate when it's like the actual team members that are getting replaced by AI. What game is it? We're kind of, well, we started off talking about Arc Raiders, Kai. Arc Raiders and the finals, because it's the same company. They use AI voice lines. And D&D. Oh. I always say it's a tool. It was good. Yeah, I agree, Goomer. That's kind of where I stand. Hi, Kev. How was bingo? Where's everybody going? Bingo? I love that line so much. Like Dracula. Difficult to pay for artist. Just pay your artist. If anyone wanted 2024 stuff in the first place. I went in 2024, no. Fair. Real. Hi, Nikki. Minecraft? Goomber, Chat Cat says Minecraft, just so you know. I say it just so you know, just because I just said it. I'm like, no one's gonna understand. Han is gonna understand if I say Minecraft or Orochi. Made it to chapter 3? Okay, not bad. So I was looking for my other slipper. That game is significantly longer. Like, okay, I can't reach. Hold on. I need to slide under my desk. I couldn't reach my slipper. Honestly, I want Minecraft again. It's been a while since I've played, and I kind of miss it. Third hold of this adventure. Damn. Minecraft literally has a lock on you. You damn artist or be your own artist? Yeah, honestly, Goober, yeah. If you can't pay for an artist, you know, fucking do it yourself. Trapped in my driveway? Oh no. Not good. Not good, Nikki. Reference to a message you missed?
I fell down my own self-built pit to hell in Minecraft the other day, once on purpose to test whether I would die, then again on the way to retrieve my stuff because I tripped off the staircase.
It really be like that sometimes, Haunted. Oh, Steve, I would believe it if I missed a message, because we'll all be yapping about it now. We all be yapping about it. Three is in fact my favorite number, Fox. So you're on the best number right there. Unless then you get to 69 and then that's pretty funny too. That's pretty funny too. Who let all the birds in here? There's an owl among us. Who? There's 8 hours and compared to like 4 and 2. Yeah, 4 hours for 3. 3 you can beat within 4 hours, and I believe that. Can't wait to get to 6 and 7. 6? Maybe 7. What is that stupid goddamn meme Jordy posted? Where is it? Memes. Is this? Oh, sorry. That was just Boss and Alan kissing in our meme channel. Where is it? It's one stupid meme that really got to me. I had never known of the 6-7 meme, and then this one just stuck in my head. 6? Maybe 7? All because of fucking Jordy. It was Silent Hill. Wait, I should send these to you, Fox. They're Silent Hill ones. Oh my god, in memory of all the 67 who died of illness now sleep beneath the lake. I forgot they were Silent Hill. Silent Hill was ahead of its time. 6? Maybe 7. I need to send you this one. This was the one that I quote. Oh my god, I didn't know it was fucking Silent Hill. I had looked at it, but I didn't, like, clearly look at it. Apparently my eyes were not open. Where the fuck is your name? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I don't know how to fucking spell. Actually, there we go. Skadoosh. Oh, okay, scrolling did not work there. I tried to scroll up and then it scrolled me down. It's so fucking funny. That's the one that gets me. There's another one too, but that's one. 6, maybe 7. Anyways, what were we talking about? You beat 3 around the same time? Yeah. Oh, okay. Each side of 2? Crazy. He died a lot. I have so many French jokes, but only Fire would get it. I would understand French. Maybe. Cynthia would. Okay, that's why you were I saw you were typing to me. Ooh. Why are they so pretty, Kai? So many. It's okay. I couldn't spell either way. And I was just scrolling. I was like, where the fuck is he? Where is it? You, the French. Okay, but there's this really pretty French cover of The Line from 21 Pilots that somebody made in an edit for Expedition 33. But they're French, so it's okay. It makes sense in that. Second one is my husband. That's acceptable. I don't like whatever his earrings are because they look goopy. Oh no, they're attached to his glasses. They look goopy, but they look really cool. Meow, meow, meow. I've been sending you all the Hot Man fan art. You should send me all the Hot Man fan art.
What do French people call
Cart?
a bad Thursday?
Cart? Why did I call you Cart? I don't fucking know what I'm on, Kai. I don't know what the fuck I'm on. Anyways, you should send it to me. You like Batwoman's? You would like a recommendation? A band I thought sounded familiar? Sure. Send it my way, Steve. I don't know where the fuck Cart came from. I think I was gonna say another, like, sentence and then I just cut myself off. Of the phrase, one of the Kevs. Oh yeah, you know, just one of the Kevs. We had 2 of the Kevs yesterday. We were just missing the 3rd. I think there's a 4th, but I don't remember who he is because it's been an extremely long time that I think it's just 3 of you. Because I thought it was 3 before you showed up, Kev. So I'm thinking there's 4, but one's a mystery now. Forgetting a Kev? Yeah. Hey, it's their fault for not showing up and reminding me of the fucking legacy of the Kevins. People call it a bad Thursday? Oh no. Oh no. Taito. Earrings or glasses chain? Poison? Okay, that makes sense. Let me grab it. Yes, enemy. He's playing on. Yes, you should go see it. One of my wife on the other coast is seeing it. My wife on this coast is seeing it. And I'm not gonna lie, Nikki, if you're here, if you're still listening, I kind of want to grab tickets to see them. Give me permission, you're gonna get out. Yeah! My Discord's still open. I will see them. I don't want Manu, I have coffee. I actually didn't refill this. Hello, quiet. Kind of like Bad Omens. The more I listened, more I like. You know, that's real. Real as hell, Steve. Starset. Why does that sound familiar? Oh, I actually know them. Actually, I listen to them quite a lot, Steve. Would you, which ones did you recommend? Monster, Echo, Icarus. I'll play you one of the OGs. Sorry, Teto. We'll play my demons. Because, this whole album, what album was this? Transmissions? This is from 2014. Yeah. This was in a shit ton of AMVs. So I may have found Starset from AMVs. Great. How much are tickets here? Hold on. Like, just fly over here and get tickets? But how much are tickets here? Okay. Ticketmaster! What is the city of which I am located in? The fuck is California? Inglewood is the closest one. And I got a song recommendation. I like randomly send it to my best friend and say me and him. Oh, real as hell. Nikki has one of those, and I pulled it in a reverse card on her all the time. You can get nosebleed seats here for about $84, $85. Probably comes out to about $90. So just fly over here, Fox. Spend more money on a ticket, a fucking plane ticket to get over here to buy a cheaper ticket. Night Watch? Ooh. Make it make sense. It makes sense. It might be cheaper in the long run. They have floor tickets, which are $230, but the floor, like the actual floor space is so large that I do not think I could do floor because I'm short as hell, and I'm gonna end up in the fucking back of the fucking stadium, and then I'm gonna be like, where are they? At the same cost? That's crazy. And we have like a lot of tickets left. We have a lot. These are resale tickets. Oh, that's not bad. There's some resale tickets, on like where the first floor of the seats going up that are only 300, and they're right next to the stage, left of stage, right of stage. Stage right. Sorry, I had to think. Tickets for K? For Bad Omens. Dude, I'm sad I didn't go to Otto, but that's okay. I saw Otto once. I will be seeing her again. I will. It's on my list. Actually, where is this? The Kia Forum. Let me see how tall the Kia Forum is. Images. Because I don't think that's too bad, truth be told, for nosebleeds. They kind of go flat. I don't think nosebleeds, at least at this place, are too bad. Take me down for the day. Yeah, because they only have 2 sections. Some of them, probably a little bad. Some of them, I think, are fine. I should just buy floor tickets. You wait until closer to the show, maybe you can get a deal. It's a bit of a risk. It is a bit of a risk. There is quite a bit of tickets that aren't even sold yet. When does this happen? This doesn't happen till March. Oh yeah, like their entire fucking tour is in like 1 month. I remember talking about that last time. Go get noms, quiet, have good food. Song that goes every time we touch, I get this feeling, and every time we kiss. Yeah? I have that one. We're gonna listen to her. Oh, I like typed her name in weird because I just put Cas. Every time we touch. Actually, I don't have these on my like songs. So we're just gonna do that. Ooh, Bad Boy. Evacuate the Dance Floor. Also a good one. Last minute ticket can be, I don't know if I trust StubHub in a sense that Ticketmaster has gotten really strict about their stuff, where if it doesn't come from their site sometimes, they don't consider it real. So it's weird. I don't know. Ticketmaster is getting weird. Oh, why, yes, my lord. Oh. Hold on. Let me skip the end of the song. Now I can lock in. Okay, but like, does he canonically have tattoos? Because I feel like that fits very well. I'm trying to find where to put my foot. It's the like fabric coming off his glasses still looks goopy, but it looks really cool. He does canonically have tattoos? That's dangerous. He's a mafia boss. Ooh. He's got nice shoes. Like, actually, he's got nice shoes. He's got a brand. Feel free feel free to send me these pictures anytime, you know. It's for science. I'm also, no cap, no lie, going to send this to Nikki. I think she needs this. There we go. Just gonna send that one to Nikki. March 26, 27. March 26 is the one closer to me. I actually, where the fuck is the other one? I know where that city is, but like, where the fuck is that city? Oh yeah, no, that city's at the fucking, that's Southern California. The other 27 is Southern California. Not Northern California. 26 is me. My passport renewed, so I probably, the meetup of all times, simply to go see Bad Omens. Dedication. I fucking love this. I would love to see her. I don't think she tours anymore. Does she? I don't know. Probably he's got a nice everything wing want. Kai, I fully agree, and I may need to buy a new Pokemon game. I don't think I can. No, it's on both. A few other friends in Cali too. I can ask them. Damn. I got no job, but you know what I got? Nothing. But if we're willing to go to see Bad Omens, that's what we be doing. Imagine all of us getting a floor. No, we shouldn't. What is this? How much is you? 243. 243, not bad. There's a lot of resales in the middle section. There's quite a bit of resales at this top corner for no reason. Exactly. What else are savings for? Exactly. These probably wouldn't be too bad. How much are these ones? Oh, these are original price, so $279. That's not bad. Not bad. I still gotta pay for my fucking ghost ticket. I gotta pay Nikki back for that. Tomorrow Shikamaru. I can probably, you guys want to watch? Actually, no. Last time when I tried to upload the VOD afterwards, it got flagged for having Naruto in the fucking VOD. It doesn't fucking matter because it's on the VOD channel, but it was so funny. If we were all on the floor and everyone would have to protect Sarah. Yeah, dude, that's why I'm scared of the floor, because I'm small. And as much as I respect moshing and mosh pits, I am fragile. I cannot. I can do pits at smaller concerts, bigger concerts, and heavy metal, different breed. I am small. I'm smalls. Did you get your acting stuff? Which acting stuff are we specifically talking about? I feel like I have a lot now. I do need to go on and check my stuff, but meow 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 meow. I've accidentally selected tickets. I didn't mean to do that. Country music pits, probably pretty chill. I would trust country music pits. I would trust that. I need to go on and actually put in some more stuff. But oh my god. It's agonizing going through, like, the list. Been to small venues, not a big ass concert. I put that in yesterday. Anyway, so I have something to do. Specifically at this location, at the Kia Forum, I feel like it's a very Like, yeah, it's like an okay, if you just want to go and hear them, it's not that bad. When I went to go see Stray Kids, they were at let me just look up. Oh, what? I fucking no, not Las Vegas, Los Angeles. Let me see. Because whatever concert place I went to for Stray Kids, my friend got nosebleed tickets, but because she was gonna go see it the next day with me, not worth it at all. Beyonce was there too. What fucking location was this? Really nice place. Kia Forum. It had a funny name. Be my bad boy, be my friend, be my working lover. 2026? No, 2025. I want the old tour so I can see where the fuck it was. Holy shit, I'm blind. Man, I'm really trying to find this one place. Some of them have their nosebleed seats are fucking awful and scary. When I went to go see Stray Kids, it's literally where SoFi. It's the SoFi Stadium. That is like an actual football stadium. Very nice stadium. Love it. But those nosebleed seats are so fucking high up that they have like another ring up top that has like the cameras, and so it's a full like 360 TV. It's a screen. That place I never recommend unless you're seeing them, because my friend did it and then the next day we were closer to the floor. So she did it so she could see them twice. So it was fun for her. But for those screens up top, they got to pay extra for. Stray Kids paid for it. Apparently, when they went to go see Beyonce, Beyonce did not pay for it. But it's a fucking huge ass stadium. So like sometimes, when I went to go see Otto, when I went to the Matsuri concert, that festival, nosebleeds are a little weird there because it was a small concert hall. Where my friend Joel sat was up in little booths. I would consider those nosebleeds just because they're up high, but like that's really not nosebleed, and it's so small that it's fine. Been in it? No, I have not been to the Dome. Okay, nosebleeds at the Hollywood Bowl though, always worth it. Because that's just a giant, you just sit in the grass. That one's just a vibe. Oh, I still wouldn't pay. Yeah, she didn't pay for it. I was shocked because I'm like, okay. Stray Kids also had a fucking 3-hour concert. And I say that of like, okay, yeah, like they have their opening. No, K-pop doesn't do openers. They're just them. It was 3 hours of just them. And they had little moments for their dance group to go off and have their own little moments while they change their outfits, and their live band to have a moment to play while they change their outfits. That was really cute. Twit Dome. Have I been? No, I haven't been to the Dome. Images. That kind of reminds me of the SoFi Stadium. A little bit smaller because it's basketball. I don't know how I would feel about those nosebleeds. They're so, because it's so angled. Which stadium is this? Is it the, what is it called now? Hold on. Why is it crypto.com arena? What the freak? Anyway, so the Staples Center, I will still call it that, the crypto arena. I've been in there, but I don't remember how the nosebleeds were in there. But that one's a smaller. Football stadiums are just a little bit harder because they're so large. Baby Metal there was amazing. Ooh, oh god, I wish I saw Baby Metal. Dude, that was insane. It was insane. I was so excited going to that concert because I was, K-pop concerts are always not shorter, but it's just them. It's just their act. So it's usually shorter because you don't have an opener. Sometimes other people have 2 openers. And then she was like, yeah, it's 3 hours. I was like, so we're not gonna go home early? Devastated. They're built. Yeah, Steve, I agree with that. Really, right? Major locations near a bigger city, only one venues, be worth it. Yeah, that's why kind of when I buy tickets, I look at pictures of the interior of the place. Cause like, oh my god, when I still can't believe when we went to the Matsuri concert, we didn't know Joel was gonna be there, and we trying to find Joel, like, looking up. It was crazy, but where we sat for that was technically really far towards the back, but it was actually really nice, and I would sit back there again. Did I miss the chance to interact with Atrashigako because we weren't up close? Yes. So would I sit up close again specifically for that group? Yes, because man, I love women. Wow. People see, was there really? Dude, I don't socialize with any of the alumni from there. Not like in a bad way, but like I didn't make any friends, bro. The league people were so nice, and they desperately try to like befriend me in the sense of like, it's okay, like you can stay here, we're nice, we don't bite. I said I also never was on campus when you guys had meetings. But they were so nice. I remember helping building that computer the one time, and by that I just sat and watched. So funny. They were really nice though. We've been to have you seen who they are gonna voice? Super guy. No. I didn't know that was oh my god, I have another thing to do. Okay. Super. Sorry, I Rosa. Oh, interesting. I had to search through all of these. I was like, which one has the name in it? Interesting. I mean, I don't know how I feel about that in a sense of I need to see how it matches up with it. But interesting, okay. I didn't even know there was new stuff for that movie. Want to see Baby Metal, but I have something on every time they come to. That's so sad. Nikki just recently we have a Japanese like culture fest that happens, and it's like food. They have little shopping areas, so there's artists, small companies that all come, but they also have like some small groups that perform. She saw Baby Beard. She saw not Baby Beard, Lady Beard. He's a baby. I love that man. But she saw fucking Lady Beard perform. I love Lady Beard. He's just a little guy. I say he's the most muscular, like, built man on stage in a cute outfit. Looked it up. Never mind. Rick Ross, what do you mean? If you tell me information and I don't know, I'm gonna look it up. Who the fuck is Rick? I'm like, wait, you can't just tell me a name. I won't have the name to a... Dude, I realize how bad it is, like, wanting to go into this entertainment industry. I've been trying to. Going into this entertainment industry. Because I'm really bad with names and faces. To the point that even at work, the reason I start remembering people's names is because I have to force myself to start saying their name while I'm looking at them. So there's some people that I'm like, oh, yeah, I know that director and whatnot. If you put me in a room with him, I would not be able to tell you who he is. Because I don't know what he looks like. I just know his name. And or I know what somebody looks like, but I don't fucking know their name. Or I just know them. It's just like, oh, yeah, they make great movies. What movies? I don't know. That's not all filed in the same category. Simply Curse? Yes, of course I do. I'm just thinking about that fucking... Pokemon Mans. Who the fuck is his name? Is that a fucking mafia boss? That's fucking crazy. Anyways, on the agenda for today, we're playing Stardey Valley. Solo, my own farm. We gotta catch up. It's been a month. So that's what we're doing. I want to show you guys what I have for the stupid DaVinci Resolve. For the stupid ARC edit. I literally only have 3 clips because we only got to play once. And that's the last time when I had thought about the idea. But it lines up so well. I love it. Oh, that's what I was looking at. I actually need to look at the acting stuff. Shut up, ad blocker. Oh, I don't need Bad Omens up. I don't even know. These are one of the messages. Oh, it's that one. Ah, November 14th. Okay. Okay. Shit. Why does this always happen? I have plenty of time. I just need to read the instruction. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is instructions. Oh my god, this is instructions. They gave me a whole instruction list. Good on them. Because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. So, like, thank you. Sarah said, yes? Post? Ooh. Where is my Discord? I don't know why I'm looking around my computer. Ooh. Is it in here? Now, like, one, that is completely cursed and, like, that is disgusting. But also, two, somebody had to come up with that. Somebody had to come up with that in their brain. Somebody was... Hi, Kai? I don't know why I'm shouting at you like as if you're in the back of the classroom. You're playing Minecraft. I hope you just hear me. Nikki's reaction to the mafia boss was, oh. That's it. I need to read these instructions. I need to reread all this shit. I need to text my friend Linton. I'm sorry. This so clearly stated what type of shot this wanted, a medium close-up, but it said MCU. I'm like, Marvel Cinematic Universe? I think I'm not okay. Holy shit, holy shit. Boys, we're in business. Did he accuse him? Yeah, he has tattoos, bro. That's why I asked. He was like, is it canonic that he has tattoos? Because if not, like, perfectly fine. Like, sorry, I'm expressing so much. I see the line in my forehead. Like, it's just that line from raising my eyebrow so much. Oh my god. Go away. Just hide it with my fucking... anyways, I wasn't sure if it was canonic that he had tattoos, but apparently it is! And I'd love that even more. It's wonderful. Great. What the freak was this for? Okay, it's on me. And then doing film and then mine. Sorry, we're locking in for dates. What? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Meow. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay, okay. So I need to... We gotta lock in. What's his name? That's a really good question. I don't know if I have that information. Let's open up. Mention him to me already? Dude, he's hot. Oh, I'm in all caps typing to Nikki. Same. Nikki's reaction is getting better. That if it's on the regular Switch, I need to purchase. Is Pokemon Za. Switch? Switch 1? It is. C. It is. Or... Not the potato coming up. Not the potato. I love him. He really is Tumblr sexy man bait. He is. You're so right. You know, I just want to say that this whole, like, conversation and talking started with talking about actual, like, AI and video games, and somehow we spiraled so far away from it. For a good time. 3 out of 9. Okay, so we're gonna close that. I'm gonna message my friend Linton because I have today and tomorrow, and I think I think I have till the end of the 14th to do it, but I'd rather get it done probably tomorrow. Who the fuck sent me a lot of messages? Oh, I have Baldur's Gate tonight. I have to do it tomorrow. Uh. Look at this. Streaming. But fuck yeah. That put it for me. Don't. Just actually cut myself. Don't do that. Nom's eating. What did you eat? What did you have, Quiet? It's that. Dad? It's that? Is this on my repeats? Have I listened to this song enough? Oh no. Sorry, Joji. Pork stew. Ooh, that sounds so good. That sounds delicious. Oh, I didn't post a picture yesterday of the food that we ate. Because I did take a picture because I'm like, oh, I gotta show the peoples. Food yaps. This was... Who the hell hit me? It's fucking Gore. Hi, Gore. Food from yesterday. It was so fun. I love... we went to Shogun. Where they cook in front of you. Always so fun. Always so fun. I was very happy. I was so happy. I was so full. Sorry, just saw Nikki's message. Goodbye, $70. Hi, guy. Good morning. Music I've been listening to recently is from the same band. They've taken over my life. You know, honestly, real. I would say that with Bad Omens, but other music is trickling in. But Bad Omens really is like that one song. Has me in a chokehold. Not an audition. Also, I just want to say, like, I got that audition, but, like, I put that in yesterday, so I'm very happy. It's a student film, but still. Oh my god, wait, as a evolution of, I posted my acting stuff on YouTube, and I talked about it last time, simply to have the stuff there so I could send it out. Simply, that's it. It still has more people.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Switch account. Click. It still has more people looking at it. Hydrate. I don't want to. I will. Means after Thanksgiving, I can start listening to Dude, I really want to listen to Schlatt. Honestly, part of me is completely fine with listening to Schlatt right now, simply because that fucking album is so good. But yeah, each video of the, I think it's Girl Interrupted. I think that's why. But each one has 200. I'm like, who the fuck are you people? I simply need this just for reference for me. Can we listen to one Schlatt? I don't know why I'm asking you for permission. It's, that album is too fucking good. Apparently he's making another one. That's what the little birdies on Twitter say. I can't even say which song I actually liked on this album because I listened to it over and over again. Farm and Schlatt. Junior, how are you? How are you doing? How has everything been going? It's chill day. It's chill and whatever music we want. We will listen to one Christmas song. Which one do I like? Which one has the most? We'll just do the first one then. We'll just add that to queue. Short lunch break, third day of work. How is it going? Are you enjoying it? Are you happy? You're past the age rush. We just wanted to heal and no one nightmare is real. I think I might buy Claire Obscure. Oh, freedom, 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 freedom. One song? Or maybe one album. You're so right. Ooh, Peak has another update. What am I playing? Stardew. In between Rainbow Six Siege and Skate. If I uninstall Skate, Stardew would be in between Silent Hill and Rainbow Six Siege. Still very odd. We did play Fields of Mystery too, but we will go back to that soon. The fun job, people are nice. Hell yeah, I am glad you are enjoying it. Sweet dreams. Hell yeah. Schlatt will play first, but Sweet Dreams will be up after that. From the thought of a god, oh, that we trudge. Might. Sorry, I was mouthing out what the fucking name of the artist was. I'm watching much less streams. I know, but you gotta lock in for the first week of job, and then you can figure out if you can watch while you work or if you can't. You gotta lock in. You gotta lock in. I make silly little content to post on TikTok, and I guess I could post it on Twitch, and YouTube. You can watch those now. We think of you. We never forget you. I actually don't, because I was when I thought about rating out yesterday, I saw Rum Live. I was like, oh my god, it's too much fun. Hate locking in. True, but you gotta, okay? You gotta lock in. Here, you want an affirmation card? You have a short lunch, but like, get the fuck out. Come on. Junior's on a short break. Meow, 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 meow. His voice is so smooth. No, I can't shuffle these cards. We're gonna offer my ass. We're not offering your ass. Here, come on. That's not how I do this. That's not how we do this. Yeah, look at that. I'm in alignment with frequency of generational wealth. That's you. Fuck it up. You got a good job. You're killing it. I will continue to shuffle these cards because it is quite fun. I also did a shit job of shuffling those. Oh no, we're starting it. Cute. No, let it. Well, it's gonna be so generational. Exactly. Count of bells. Okay. Come on, David Foster. Instrumental. We don't want that one. If we're doing that, Siberian Orchestra. Which I don't know which one's my favorite one. So Christmas Canon is pretty good. We will just do this one. Unfortunately, we have activated it. When did it start snowing? I don't know. Apparently it is now. We activated the Christmas music simply by letting Schlatt in. Okay, I'm putting these cards down. I'm putting them down. Zorro can watch over them. I still have not given these. I fucking love Sweet Dreams, like song itself. 100% my fault, 100% your fault. Well, okay, well, actually, yeah, it is your fault. Actually, it is your fault. You made me think about Schlatt's Christmas album. I like this one. And then there's DJ Quiet coming in with bangers. No regrets at all. It is 53, so we can open up the game. We're listening to music while we play Stardew anyways. So, there's that. Did Nikki respond? She did. Today I printed and learn it. Okay, so sorry, this is holding me accountable. You know me, all the bangers. Honestly, absolute bangers. Only bangers from Quiet. There's hair touching my nose and it's tickling my nose. Okay. You know, we're holding myself accountable. I have a short time to do this audition. Where the fuck am I? What month are we in? This one. What's today? Okay. Oh, my fucking top of this. Learn script. The 14th is... What's today? Today's Wednesday. 14th is Friday. Okay. Record audition. Do it. I did in fact write do it under it. BTTS. Yo, girl. Sorry, I'm losing my mind. We're holding myself accountable. Today, I'm going to print out the directions and the script and learn it and figure out what I need to wear because I submitted to a lot of things yesterday. So I remember what this one is, but I don't remember. Librarian. It's the librarian. Isn't it? It's the fucking librarian. It's the really cute one that I actually liked. Oh, sorry, I just clocked it so hard. Okay. No, but she won. Yeah, okay. We're locking in. We're gonna figure that out. We're gonna figure out an outfit, everything today, and then I'm gonna figure out where the fuck I can record tomorrow. And then we submit it. Then we like give it to my computer, file it, put it all together, and then we send it. Anyways, I'm gonna open up Stardew. Somebody hold me accountable. I need to hold myself accountable. This is my job. Record in a library. She's so real for that. Honestly, that's real. Recording by with this behind me. I really fucking like this. Okay, no, Christmas music is gonna make me too hype. We gotta keep it playing. Where am I? Who am I? Changing this to Stardew. I need another cup of coffee. I need to stand up. Stardew. Why did Apex Legend come up when I typed star? Good luck, Junior. We love you very much. Keep us updated, and if you need anything, let us know. Or bookstore. Real as hell. Real as hell. All great ideas. Stores. Stores. Oh, Kev. I've never... She's under here. I showed it off on stream before, but now you understand more. Should be on it. Yeah. All of my stars. My kitty police. You want stars? I'll give you stars. And the funniest thing is getting her signature again because I got the duo print with Carlos and her. And she wrote the same fucking thing. I love her very much. Nicole Tompkins. I love her kitty so much. It's very cute. She's very adorable. I love her very much. But I have Carlos, which means I have Chris Redfield. Okay, put that there. Okay. Okay, we're calm. Which I have not got the duck yet because I think I'm gonna buy both of the ducks, but I need to move the money over to buy the ducks. But I think I'm just gonna get both of the ducks at once. What am I doing? Oh. Buy from here. We gotta set up the game. I think I'm just gonna get both. Not that one. Not that one. That one. That's the game. I think I'm gonna get both of them. Fucking love this song. How loud is this? Hold on. Let me do this before. Cause that was... Why did I switch here? I hit the wrong button. That's the wrong button. Oh my god. I hit so many of the wrong buttons right now. Didn't do anything bad. I just couldn't. I was trying to unmute the game. But yeah, I think that's going to be the goal, is to get both of the ducks at once. So get Chris and Jill. And I think when I do that, I'm going to redo my room and get another one of my big shelves that I have over here and put it in this corner. And then move all my Resident Evil stuff onto here. And then we're going to move that pegboard to right below me so I can hang all of my computer stuff here. That does mean my cats are going to try to steal stuff from it, but that's okay. Bread Cheese Farm. What, I got my boobies out all this? Oh my god. I've not forgotten about the ducks. I needed to stand up. That's what I wanted. Is that too tall? Oh yeah, I did look up the tickets for them. For Trans-Siberian Orchestra. They're just not here. They used to play essentially down the street from us. It's not really. It's like a city or two over. But now they're a city or two over where it's more traffic. And that's just more annoying, truly. I was smoking my fish. What was I doing? Bar for pegging. Except, can I be on that? Can I be on that? Return to Willie? Oh, it's the final day. Yeah, we haven't done Skull Cavern. I'm married to Elliot. Looks like I have a fucking Saturday. Do we have a kid? No, we don't. But that's phased through it. I do have... This is where... Hey, everybody. Kev's playing Resident Evil 4. Oh, there's my husband. Apparently fed all the animals. Thank you. Also fed Loki's water bowl. Honestly, thank you for that. Still, perhaps, punishment of butterfly will... I don't think there's butterfly in this weather, husband. Geode Crusher! Found your lost item? Oh, thanks. Oh. Conducting a field... Okay, thanks, Demetrius. So I can make a Geode Crusher. Bam, 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 bam. We can afford that. We can afford that. Okay, so what did I have in here? That's depressing. So I made jams in there. I have all those there just in case I need that. We gotta build a real paths. Forgot this was gonna play. And by that, it just, the sudden change from Christmas music to back to Cat's Eye was very funny. Man, I can't believe it. Okay. How many more days? Oh, this season's almost over. Where is this forageables? Okay. I don't know where's my fish? Everything's different than, sure, we'll cook those. I probably shouldn't. I don't have a single one. We're gonna sell that. We're gonna put that in there. I need to go to Willie. Oh my god, I have so many. What's that silly Oh, yes! It's 4 minutes long? Yes. We're playing Stardey today. I will take any type of music. No, that's my cat walking. I'm standing weirdly. I need to crack my back. I'm not okay. The not okay is that the sugar has hit. The sugar mixed with the caffeine has hit. They hit the fucking second tower. Worms. Back attackies and the shit. And the shit. Ari Avi. That shit. 1, 2, 3. Oh, am I running out of hay? You have nothing. That's actually quite bad. That's quite bad. I didn't think that was going to happen. The fact that just happened on the other... playthrough is very funny, too. Where's the other? Oh. Okay. Nothing. Nope, don't eat the cheese. Okay. Ooh, okay. Let me collect these. Why does that one look different? Oh, it just had shading. Can I get to the right tab? No, I can't. Bonk. Okay. Where is it? Okay. We're skipping straight to it. I actually didn't even check if this was the right artist. It is. With a name like that, I don't think there's many. Do I have any grass over here? Oh, well, damn. I sure hope these farm animals live through the winter. Give you more classical music. Yes! Yes! Oh, Kai, I don't know if you heard when I was giving the explanation. What? Okay, flowers. Okay, seeds. Nikki's reaction to Mr. Mafia Boss Man was, oh. And then was proceeding to be, I guess there goes $70. She also agrees. She very much approves. What's in this one? Oh, tools. Stupid song. Short King right away? That's okay. You see those fucking tattoos? What a king. Nope. This one. I need to go see Willie. It's still early. Can I keep any cheese? Oh, I have plenty of cheese. Putting that in there anyways. Such a stupid song. I got the Geode Crusher. I have no issue with it myself. Fuck yeah, we love short kings. With tattoos like that? And style like that? Do it. Watch please, I want to see your reaction. Okay. Iron bar? Okay, Sandy. Sandy! Wait, Sandy! Okay, Sandy, you're gonna have to wait. We gotta find Willie. After I dig through these trash cans. Which was about to end, so I need to collect everything. I wanted the flower. I just took that off somebody's grave. I just grave robbed that, flower. Oh my good heavens, I have so much to collect. So much. I've missed Stardew a lot. I like how I say calm, cozy, like we're catching up on Stardew Farm, and then I'm over here foaming at the mouth, screaming about multiple different things. Where the fuck is he? Can I go upstairs? Hey Willie, where the fuck are you? Probably fishing. Kev. Is Resident Evil 4 treating you nicely? Sent you the Pokemon clip, my lord. Ah, yes, my lord. Okay, wait a second, my lord. Maybe it's gonna open here. Yes, visit site. Oh, follow back? Yay, fuck it. First thing it told me. Okay, maybe it's... Okay. Hold on. Maybe that. Do that. How loud is this gonna be? It's better now? Okay, yeah, I've seen you open it like 4 times. I'm like, are you okay? You see, let the intrusive... Oh! You know what? Okay, that exact clip, Kai, reminds me of the man filming the bear. Like, it's a bear. No! Oh, okay, he's fine. When the bear, like, falls in the water. Thought you appreciate it. Yeah. Took it out to the alley to teach it a lesson? Fuck yeah. Teach Leon S. Kennedy a lesson. I love that man. Oh my god. The same fucking reaction as that guy, just mouth agape, just oh, he's okay. That's so fucking dramatic of him. Oh my god. Will that never leave her? Teach him exactly. It's Leona's cat. Where the fuck is Willie? I mean, I could find him at the bar later, but like, who hangs out in here? The ladies. She's not gonna cook some cookies. I should put the shorts in there. We should go into the mayor's. Ew, the mayor. We shouldn't talk around him. We should go into his basement. And then lady and me nowhere to be found. Just gonna put it in Discord and Pokemon spoiler. Yeah. Honestly, kind of glad I didn't. I honestly didn't have the reaction time to like pause it once I turned on the volume because I was just making sure how loud it was. To turn on any sound or anything, it just. He just went. Hosting birdies, then I might work. Where the fuck is Willie? I guess I'll just wait for him. Let's go cook some fish and then we'll go to the bar later. Sandy needs that. I'll give that to her tomorrow. If I am running to me. You are the man who I need. Thank you. Pretty exciting catch, don't you think? Thank you. Yay. Oh, excuse me. I found him. Man, I really want that Pokemon game now. I need to pay for my Ghost ticket. I gotta pay for my 5 Sauce ticket. I gotta buy Clair Obscure and Arc Raiders. How am I going to afford such a thing? How am I? I'm going to buy it. I'm going to buy it. I haven't even fucking beat the other Pokemon games. I'm doing this just for him. Simple little fucking character. To be honest, it's one of the most fun Pokemon games in a while. Look at their little waggles at their little butts. Good friend. Now we can have another. Oh, now we can have another. Yeah. Sorry, baby, no money came on. Say, 5 years, X and Y. What do I have? Hold on, let's see. Yeah. I don't even know what fucking Pokemon game I have. I only have Scarlet. Which one's X and Y? X and Y? Pokemon X and Y. Stardew always becomes a case of, do we play the game or do we just look up random things? Today's case is, oh my god, that Pokemon, that's crazy. I for sure never played X and Y. Because then I only have Pokemon Black and White. Yeah, it's swinging big dick energy. Yeah, because this is when the 3DS came out, and I had just bought my Pokemon Black and White DS. Okay, well, if I need lore, I know who to ask. I have 2 gremlins. 2 gremlins, 1 in each pocket. You're one of them. Recommendations are now fucked. What has happened? Look at what Reynard has done. This isn't even the fucking community farm. Everybody say. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. I should probably keep this snail. That's not where snail go. You know, fuck it. Forageables go in here. That's just gonna be just fish. You come with me. You come with me. You. And be profit is the answers you seek. Snail. Ooh. Then future running free. There is a world where where's my slipper? If I want to sing this, I cannot be this close to the microphone. Microphone? Why do I have a mummified bat? Okay. So I of past romance. I see the sacrifice spoon. I see the trails of betrayal and a brother's final stand. I have a lot of trees. The brink of death. I see you draw your final breath. What if I put my farm here? And then I put a barn here. It's no longer you. How dramatic of Odysseus. Like, what if I put a barn here? But I could put it, like, here. So they got here. Oh, that's our efforts were nothing.
Ooh.
Oh! Says the fan who have long believed you're dead. I see your wife. Gotta pay me the money? Amazon keeps getting recommended me car parts. Oh. Okay. I think it's funny he keeps sending me. Oh! Your Amazon's fucked. I see the sacrifice of man. Your Amazon's just like, yeah, this is what you look up. It's like, no, this is not. I see you on the brink of death. I see you draw your final breath. I have 2 fish left. I need to redo my farm. How many days in the season? It's, I don't know. I need my friend to respond to me. Did I get the email for that? Yes, I did. Okay, cool. I did put on. I need to email that person again. Wow, 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 wow. Just waiting for this fish to cook. How's everybody's doing? How's everybody's? What type of music do we want today? Let's browse it. Oh, last fish. Amazon here. We think you love these hubcaps and this pocket pussy. Or maybe this stereo system with this 2 feet dildo. Your Amazon is fucked. NF. Oh my god, NF's back. Pre-save. 1 day. Oh, it comes out a day. Not now. Empowering. What's on empowering? Yeah. What if we listen to, like... My fish are done. Okay, we're selling this fish. We're locking back in. How much is this? Oh my god, I have so much money in this playthrough. Don't I need more for whatever I need it done? She needs a whole iron bar. What for? I don't know. I don't remember how many we need. We're gonna go to the mayor's thing tomorrow before we get anything big done. Touch it there. Oh, I need that one catalog. Dude, I haven't used any of my fucking energy today. Looking up D&D stuff? Nerd. Nerd. Anyways, here's these lovely objects you should buy. I love this part. Sorry, just like mimicking the phone noise. Worm. I should really get a horse. I didn't realize how nice the horse is until watching Turnip run around the map with a horse. Will I buy one though? No. Maybe. Touch. Much. Where are the paths? I think this is the nice. Is this a nice one? Touch. Yeah, sure. Let's see. Just put it right here. Yeah, that is a nice one. Oh god, we gotta redo our entire farm. I could just right click, but I decided to make my life hard by doing that. the dark from coming. We want it like this. Yeah? Yeah, that's not bad. I guess this would be better to do like this because, like, up to that. That's not bad. That's not bad. This one sounds like a dream. What a crazy statement. What a crazy way to live. We should make a graveyard here as well. I want my tea plants back. Let's go to bed. This song of sons and daughters hide. We need another cat. He gave me a fish. Come here, fish. I need to go sleep. Working till we fall. Your family group is waiting. No, thank you. I don't know why I have... Okay, hold on. Okay, I can't get rid of all these notifications because when I do... Anyways, I had these cards that... Okay, we didn't pull Pokemon cards, but this one artist makes One Piece, but they're like kind of cards. One Piece has its own card game, but she did it in her own art, and they're really cute. But the Nami one, for some reason, just off-center on my whole screen. Baking? Baking music picked just for you? Well, that's an interesting one. Homework. Wake up. Wake up. No fucking way it puts Transcendental Cha-Cha-Cha. Oh, I love this one. What an interesting wake up mix. Maybe we listen to this? No. I don't know what to play. Farm, 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 farm. Hi, Car. I love you. I haven't done rolls yet. I haven't. You're so right. Did I do rolls yesterday? I don't think I did. That then is 0, 0, 0. Oh, no. I'm very all over the place. Car, I have an audition to do, and I'm doing it this time. There we go. Turnip's roll is first. I don't know if Turnip is, like, listening here, because Turnip work, you know, the usual. So let's remember this. Turnip's doing good. 13, 13, and a 6. Little EP, little tired, wants farm and wants friend, but good. Doc's next. 2, 5, 14. You almost got bloated. Bloated yesterday. What for? A short film. It's a student short film, but it's, I think it's under a SAG agreement. So I'm also just like, okay. Okay. But yeah, I got it this morning. I put it in yesterday. But now I have to do it by Friday. So now I'm like, okay, I got it. I got to film now. Did you play the first Pokemon music link? Okay, the first one? Okay. I can do that. Okay, next is Haunted. 18, 12, and a 9. So Minecraft is doing amazing, except for the one person who's building too close. Next up is Kai. 10, 3, and 6. What the fuck is up? Back hurty, but doing good because 10. The Electro Swing one? Oh my god. Electro Swing. I love that. I hope your back is not hurty too much. That's what the dice say. I hope it lie. Sorry, I'm scrolling to make sure for everything else. Okay, next up is Coco. Coco, wow. 19, 5, and 6. You're doing great, Coco. Coco, we gotta play. I want to make this silly little Arc Raiders edit, but therefore I need to play more Arc Raiders. So I need to buy a copy of Arc Raiders so that all of us can play. Yeah, you're doing good, Coco. You need sleep, though. We need Arc Raiders. That's what we need. Good news? You have good news, like 7 months. That's not honestly not bad. It still sucks because it's a while away, but we take it. I need to get the song up, but I'm just going to hit this next screen. Okay. Look, you can see... No, you can't. Hold on. Let me put your husband on the screen so you can see him. There you go. Okay, so you can see your husband there while I tab out. Should I get Arc Raiders? Oh, let me do... So looks at the question, Kev. Goes back to doing rolls. 2, 9, and nat 20. You're doing good, Quiet. You're doing amazing. Works great and everything. You're just tired and you're adjusting to a new schedule. So you're doing good. Said I may be getting a job soon. Okay, fuck yeah. My CV is being looked over and it'd be highly recommended to the point that I need to do paperwork for this teaching assistant. Fuck yeah. Guaranteed a job soon. Fuck yeah. And you got the surgery coming up. So fuck yeah. Oh, I see. Oh my god, I see the Electro Swing Pokemon. Mild Rave / Breakcore Pokemon. Please don't scream at me. Okay. Okay, Elden Ring, calm down. Let's give you this. It wasn't too loud. Put that on loop. And we open this. Let's go talk to our husband. Holy shit, it got louder. Dude, this shit is good. This shit's a banger. Her outfit is so cute. No, husband. Happy New Year's Eve. It's amazing. Oh, you give me a fucking bottle. Oh. Hey. Stop walking, sir. What object is he gonna look at? She slays too? She does slay. Oh, why is there a chair there? Okay, at least he's like... There we go. I just wanted to give him a smooch. He walked away. Hey, bitch, but she slays hard. And she forces someone to wear a maid dress, so I forgive her. That's crazy. And I am forgotten? You are forgotten! Not me making fun of me going past it. I don't know. It's up to you. In a sense of, I don't know if that's a style of game you like to play. It's fun. It's interesting. I don't intend to playing it too much. I do like it. But it's also scary. It's very scary. It's not scary. It's just, oh my god, it's overwhelming. We're gonna worry about repaying later. Probably need to go to the mines. I mean, I think you might enjoy it. It's only $40. It's not a full, like, $70 game. So it's very fun. If you like... Because it's like Tarkov. What the fuck game did I just say? Oh. Hey, so the animals don't have... What if they go 1 day without food? You have me at curiosity? Yeah. Now you have my attention. I agree. I also agree because I'm very curious of what that means. Oh, that one didn't get food. So sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Hold on. You had enough food yesterday, boys and grills. There's 3. Save it for the winter. Don't starve. Hi, Ryu. How are you? Oh. Damn. The chickens and the bunny and the duck are eating good. Talk to them. Talk to them. Let me go back out and then I will do your roll. I hope you are well, though. Oh, I hit one of the dice. Oh, I'm sorry, Poppy. I'm just, like... moving you all over the place.
You princess.
You will be dead. Thank you for the 15 months, Car.
You princess.
15, 13, and a 15. So you are doing amazing, Ryu. You are doing quite amazing. Wins against another woman? And then forces her to be a maid for the rest of the time? Oh, okay. How rather interesting. And disgusting. Where? So girly pop of her. So girly pop of her. Very girly pop. Duck mayonnaise. I'm gonna keep those. Bitch, you're talking about... Oh, yeah. It's a student short film, but it's under a SAG agreement. So I'm like, oh, okay. Okay. In a sense that I'm like, Okay. Can I get slowly the where am I putting these things? Very epic. It's really interesting. I put 4 in it. I put my like audition application in yesterday. So I'm like, oh crazy. But also, thank God. Thank God they get back immediately. Wine. Sorry, I just repeated what that word was. I guess I'll just drink it later. I didn't put my pail away. Oopsie. I'm very intrigued, but I have basically today... Oh, there was nothing in that one. Oh well, I'm keeping this one. I have today to learn it. And then I'm going to try to film it by tomorrow. Shrimp cocktail, damn. They gave instructions on what to do. But I said it earlier when I was reading through it, I was like, damn. Actually, not mad about that at all. Because it was like how to do the slate, what form, like what shot she wants of it. Which I did think, it said MCU, and I was like, Marvel Cinematic Universe? No, medium close-up. Marvel pilled. But... But it told me like everything. I was like, oh, she gave instructions. Okay. She means business. That's not the right. You know, fuck it. We'll put it in here. Distro C. Crab cake. Do I have anything else? Cookies. No, that's not where my Boombas are stored. You're coming with me. I am just gonna go farm the Skull Cavern a little bit for stone so I can build more. I want to audition for things, but I feel like everything gets filmed on weekends and I worry. No, dude. That's why, I think if I do this one, I'm gonna have to call out of work, bro. Because it's during the weekends. And I'm sad because I should have called out of the other, this past vampire one that I wanted to film because I got the role. Come get in the car. You have 5 seconds to comply. What do you mean? Are you kidnapping me again? No. But yeah, Core, it's so fucking hard. I've contemplated opening up my schedule so I can't work weekends. But then there's stuff that happens during the weekdays. But it's all these student films, so of course they film on the weekends, which I get, and it makes sense. But it's hard. No, I'm at Bistro. Oh my god. Okay, I'm jumping in the car. Kidnap us several times. Damn. Why is she kidnapping? Damn. I think she needs to stop kidnapping. I'm just learning. Leaning into the kidnap. You're right. You're right. You're real. Look, you're fitting the vibes of the Pokemon story that we are learning about too. Shaylin's actually just the Electro Swing Pokemon. Trader. Slayer. Also, I want you to know, Kai, I have this song on repeat. It's very good, though. Oh, my God. Kind of scared me. Bow, 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 bow. Also slay? Shaylin do also slay. Shaylin slay all the time. Ever thought that made you think, man, if I say that, it might come across as bad? But I definitely don't... Holy shit, I can't read. I definitely don't mean it that way? Oh, why yes, all the time. Either bad in a sense of innuendo or bad in a sense of like, man, maybe I should reword that. That sounds like I'm telling somebody to do something else. So, yes. Law and order, dong. Okay, since we're here, we're gonna go farm things. Hey everybody, Gar's playing Deadlock without me. I've never actually played Deadlock with Gar, okay? He is not a criminal, I promise. But Gar, as a widow actor myself, it's fucking rough out here. Like, I want to have a job so I have money. But if I have job, I can't do auditions because then projects film or take place when work. Why so unfair? Oh, okay, I'm just missing the stone. I should have brought Minnie. explosions, but I didn't. I cry. I cry too. Because also I have now, what is it, 6 months until my written disappears, so... joke's on me. Joke's on me! I don't want to lose this job, but this one films on the weekend as well. But I really want to do this one, so catch me begging people to please pick up my shifts if I get this. When I get this. Honestly, when I get anything. Because at this point, everything is the weekends. Perish. Perish by my hands. I am quite curious about the other one. This song... I know for a fact that song has played on repeat. Because there's no way that's just been 5 minutes. Please don't be a commercial. Okay, it wasn't a commercial. Oh! Sorry, I turned that up way too loud. Loop this one now. Why is he... Again, he got a snake. Friend wanted to help in your thesis film project and I couldn't because of work. I hate this shit. I really hate... It's kind of the reason I wanted to go back to Barnes & Noble, but going from a pay cut of 25 down to 18 to an industry that I don't want to be in, to where I'm in an industry that I want to stay in, fucking sucks, and I can't. I'm gonna force you to go ice skating? Yeah, she'll help you though. She'll help you ice skate. We love ice skating with Shaylin. I love Hatsune Miku Charlie. I love Shayla Charlie. That's gonna be my new stim at work. Bug as his... I really struggled to read that. And I was like, he's got a bug up his ass? No. Bug as his ace. Really struggled for a moment. Lucky ring. Vampire ring. Ooh. That's quite nice. I guess I should wear that. Let's do that one for now. This music fucking slapped. The game, honestly, I feel like Pokemon hits where music is like, okay, it's good. Or it's like, damn, this is good. Streamer girls, yes, give me more. Falling on our asses all day? You so real. You so real for that. I will not. I refuse to fall. Cara, I just want to act. But they don't want me to be free to act. Or they... Stay away from me, dragon. He did not. That's what I freaking thought. Oh. You decent? Fuck yeah. Okay, we're gonna build some small Boombas. Anyway, so I built one small Boomba. Let me move my other Boombas up here. I'm not trying to go very far down in this place. I'm just here to take rocks. I guess I can take that and make more. Ooh. Why, yes. You'll just have to remind me to actually play that song. Quiet. And I say that because I have this song on repeat on YouTube. Oh, ghost. We'll just do this. We'll pause Pokemon while we wait for more Pokemon. Let me do that. Why are you trying to play on my phone? I really wanted to play on my phone for a second. The link, fuck yeah. Okay. Let me let this load. Okay, we're gonna hold those ones. We're gonna do Quiet's 2 songs, and then we will be gay. Then we're gonna be gay. So, that was so funny. I just want to do silly little acting and also make money. Is it too much to ask? Literally. It's really rough. Especially like... Ooh, a hole. Jump in. Fuck yeah. Oh, let me kill him first. Hold on. Perish by my hands. Oh, a hole. It's okay. I need rocks. What was I going to say? Oh, hold on. Locking in. My health? I'm scrolling the wrong way. Munch. Okay. Party cake, just look at... How do you say his name? I really want to say Corbin Blue because of High School Musical, and that is completely wrong, and that's not even what that word says. Corbo? Yeah, okay, Corbo. I just had to actually think. I was like, no, how does that word spell? Oh, I don't want to go there. I like him a lot. I like him a little too much. I can't go through. Let me in. Oh, a free hole. Okay. There was nothing in there. It's for Elliot, me as a merchant and goat. That's so real. We're gonna play... I never really want to play Modern Warfare, but I would play it on stream just so you could see your husband. I would do it. We love Ghost. Both the band and the character. We love them both. Oh, Jesus. Why did he come running at me? Yeah. Yeah. Ow. Hey, so I'm just gonna leave. We're just gonna leave them over there. Ooh, God, I gotta run. Happy noises. Happy noises! Yeah! Happy quiet time! The character, I know that his name is... Oh. Sorry, I saw a giant slime as I was reading that. Okay, they're dead. But... Crobo... Babino... Franco Bambino? That's all I hear from that name. Mr. Franco Bambino. You wouldn't punch our baby, would you? Yes, I would, Mr. Franco. I had them all perfectly lined up, and then I turned. Oh, that one gave me a diamond. How nice of him. Somebody gave me an iridium bar as well. Explosion! Boom. Goodbye. Oh, I'm trapped. I still remember doing the stupid skull cavern in the group. That was so funny. Just the mass panic as we're trying to get to the bottom because it is about to be where we were fucking about to pass out. I just hit my teeth so hard. What time is it? 5 p.m. This is such a silly song. Yeah, fuck you, Ghost. Sorry, Mr. Ghost. Man, I'm glad I'm not... I mean, it definitely isn't just me. But it sucks wanting to do something, but then... You know, we gotta live. We gotta make it... I'm leaving. Bow, 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 bow. It sucks having a job, but then wanting to go after something else where it's like, okay, you have to work to be able to do that, but you don't have the time to be able to do that because the work of which you need doesn't allow you to have the time. That shit fucking sucks, bro. Like, I have... Oh, ooh, iridium. Please be real. Okay, it's real. I'm like, I have so much time during the week to do stuff. Film. do auditions, but then when it's actually the time to film and get shit done, they saw his boobies. I got a sword. Huh. Yeah, I'm fucking with that. You're fucking with that? Yeah, I'm fucking with that. Money down, 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 down. The reading session soon? Wait, I need to go back to... Sorry, baby, no money. We're gonna finish up his song, because his didn't fully play, and then we'll do the streamer one. This is what it meant to be a struggling artist. Dude, yeah. Oh my god, because I've been talking to Linton. He's the only one that's been really keeping me going, like focused going, because he's doing so much. The amount of shit that he's paying for is fucking ridiculous. And it's not even like on him, like it's stuff he should be paying for. Because it's like, I think it's for the different networking sites for auditions. But that shit's so much. Because I have 2. And I pay it for the year, which is fine. But even then, but casting network is it's so expensive, and he just recently bought that. And you gotta get IMBD. That shit, at least, they're kind of nice, and they like to give deals. Oh my god, oh my god. Okay, fine, explosion there. Well, I guess I can't take that cloth. I want to jump down that hole. I'm gonna have to leave anyways. Do I have room for this at all? And I guess I can throw it that way. I like the cloth better. Jump in. D&D is Saturday. I'll ask in the Discord about another date. Ooh, 13. Damn. Yeah, you got... Oh. Where am I actually in this? Ooh, there's some stuff I want here. I need to run away actually really quick and eat. Just so I can farm a little bit more in the mines. It's not the traditional farming, but we're going back to traditional farming soon. Oh, you're not real. Well, you're real. You're just not a real rock. I can't hit you. Wait. I will hydrate in a second. When I'm out of these caves, when I'm out of the mines, I will hydrate. Excuse me, little bug. Yippee! That was real iridium! Oh, hey, so I put it on loop as well. I put this one on loop. Give me more stone. Ooh, what's that one? Okay. One more Boomba. So let's see if we can get... Break it down now, yeah. Oh, what up this time? What up this time? Crisscross. This is so funny, like... Knowing... Oh, what time is it? I mean, I guess that makes sense. Knowing how certain shifts work at work is so funny, knowing that Shaylin's just sitting there listening to this. It's so funny. Excuse me. Pardon me. Pardon me. Ooh. I want one big... Oh, mega boom. Oh, you're not part of this mega boom. Okay. He wanted to be part of the mega boom. I mean, I guess he wanted to be imploded, but I don't want to deal with him with that. Okay, that's a stair. Fuck off. You're not part of this story. Okay. Fucking run! Ow! Ow! Oh, I could put one over there too. Oh, I'd rather have that than bone. Oh, I guess bone is pretty good. Goodbye, wood. I'm gonna eat this coconut. Actually, I'm gonna eat this. I can't eat the coconut. Oh my god, you could crack the coconuts open. I forgot. Can I make another big booba? Mega boom. Mega boom. Oh my god, run. Oh my god, that was scary. I think I should be able to fit this all into my pocket. Hell yeah. Except for that. That's okay. Okay, now we go home. Well, we're going down this ladder first, and we're seeing where we are, and then we're leaving. And now we go home. My brain is ruined? Why is your brain ruined? What did you do? What happened that made you think something? This Pokemon music is really good. They really do nail the Pokemon music every once in a while. Because it's never bad. But man, this is fucking banger. Is always ruined? There was nothing here. No! There's only intelligence and kindness in you. Quiet. Only the finest. Only the finest for your brain. Only finest for the brain, my lord. Only the finest. You don't belong there. Okay. Oopsie. Okay. You go in there. You go in there. You go in there. Coconut and everything go in here. Algae goes in the other one. Fuck. You go in there. Oh, cloth goes in there. You go in there. Cloth goes in there. Oh, battery goes over here. Why? I don't know actually why I put battery in there. Food for outside. Okay. Okay, now we go bed. We go bed, and then I'm going to run and go get some more coffee in a second too. And I will switch the mute. Hello? I think it's I don't know what I don't know what I just achieved. Written by interesting. Partially written by Toby Fox. Okay. Fuck it up. Oh my god. I think because it made me think of you, Kai. When I was at the convention on Sunday, there was one of the collector's editions for Undertale, and I was like, hee hee. Hee 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 hee. It just made me think of you because of Deltarune. I was like, what is that called? Deltarune. Not the rooster fucking calling his grandpa's descending down. Hey, buddy. I hope my farm's doing well. Our community farm is doing well. My dearest granddaughter, it's been many years since we last spoke. You were just a little girl, do you remember? No, I don't. Look how far you've come. Thank you. Though you may have forgotten me, I've been here all along. While I've been sleeping with my husband? My body departed this world, but my heart will always remain in Stardey Valley. Oh. God. The way the music cut out for a second. Been here 2 years now? That's crazy. We hit 2 years on our... That's crazy. So proud of you, my dear. You're a better farmer than I ever was. You brought great honor to the family name. I can feel it now. My spirit is finally put to rest. Bless you. Thank you. The future of Reggie's farm is in your hands now. Farewell. Okay, Grandpa, go. We gotta look at things. Okay, I do gotta go to the bathroom. Okay, close his out. It's Pokemon Music Day. That's what it is. It's Pokemon Music Day. Okay. Yeah, also this is such a fucking banger. New Year's resolution is to write. There was no fair. There's a little smooch. That smooch is specifically from Kai. Let me pause. Oh, that's from Sword and Shield. Oh my god, I love that character from Sword and Shield. He's so squishy and funny. I love him. It's me hijacking and playing Pokemon. It is. Then the hee smooches. I can still just hear when you're just giggling about him. Oh. That quite scared me. What did we get? Are we winners? We're fucking winners! Also, I need to go to the bathroom, but I wanted to see how many candles I got. We're fucking winners. We gotta take down all those Christmas trees. Mainly the outside ones. Here. You can stare at your husband. He'll be here doing the little jazzy dance. I'm gonna leave this Pokemon music playing. This one's on loop, so it will be playing over and over again. I'm gonna go grab more coffee or something of this sort. Run to the restroom. Is there gonna be exposed to music I listen to at work? Don't worry, I won't recommend it. I can just send it to you so you can listen to your free time. Fuck yeah! Honestly, quiet, it don't matter. You can send it here, you can send it to me, you can just put it in the song suggestion channel. You have many options. If you want me to listen to it, send it to me. Either here or DMs. Which Pokemon is that? The cave? I know exactly which woman you're talking about. She's gorgeous. Let me get you Nessie. Bed. He needs to be like... There we go. He's got a stronger neck now. Okay, you have Nessie. Please take care of Nessie. You got Elliot on the screen and everything. I'll be right back. For physical proof, I didn't hydrate earlier. There's your hydrate. Now to get coffee. That thing. I left you for so long. I'm sorry. Nessie went flying. Sword and Shield Professor? For most of the game. Ooh. Elliot. Thank you for putting Elliot. Always. Oh, Beauty, howdy, Gothic. How are you doing? Man. Nessie commands. Okay. She's so cute. This streamer one is really cute. I like hers. I think the Electro Swing is the best one. Sorry, we got to keep the theme going. Okay. So it's new year, new farm. I'm debating where I want to put the farm. I know I only have so much space. So we're going to see what's going to work. We got to buy. We're rich. I'm going to leave that cherry. Because we can move the farm over here. Why is it so funky? Your song again? Yes. Wait, you missed one? Yes, send it again. Because I will play it. I think I'm going to move the farm over here. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to move it over here. Yeah! Okay, thank you. I'm hoeing it. No, I'm not. Sorry. 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 Forget that I said anything. Right there. YouTube's link? Good for a song. Yeah, if you have a song recommendation and it's a YouTube link, send away. Did I pause the game? I did. Did this go to a different... Oh my god, it's all the... Oh, it's all the... Okay. Okay, I paused that one. Okay, we'll pause that one. I like that one. Okay, hold on. Let's pause that. We're gonna open up Coco's, and we're gonna pause that. Ooh, Super Smash Bro. Just sing the little robot there. And he's ready for a little jig. Pokemon spamming? Never be sorry. I love Pokemon. I just never really got into playing it. And not like anything bad of it. I just never did. I think because I didn't know what to do and then I got overwhelmed and then some people knew so much stuff and I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. But I really love it. I really do love Pokemon. Okay, we need to not forget. I'm just gonna place these here. Okay, so we have... Should be this one. Here's some more. I like the 4 square that you have. Areas and theme, my beloved. Warning, very loud. I paused it and I muted it. Just in case. Let's see. Let's go buy some seeds, and we're just gonna buy a shit ton, and then we're gonna figure out what to do afterwards. Come here, you get out of there. This is gonna go back inside as well as that. Yeah. He opens at 9. Let's get rid of all these then. The scarecrows will be moving with the farm. So Reynard's legacy will not dissipate. What a dramatic way to say that. I love Pokemon, Charlie! I love Pokemon! You so right. You so right. Autistically yap to you about Pokemon? We need to have the same... Oh, there's my husband! Did I say good morning to you? I don't know if I did. The music, like, changed pace and that really stressed me out. Extra wild horseradish? I don't know, Jody. I'll see if I have one. We need to have, you know how I'm taking you on the Resident Evil journey? I need to go on a Pokemon journey with you. Maybe not all the games, but a good lot of them would be really fun. I've been thinking about streaming just a playthrough of Pokemon at some point. Let me get this one up. We're gonna do the same thing where I just pause. Can we pause it? And it sits there. Pokemon Pim? Pim, I know you yes! Dude, I think oh my god, I gotta send it to you on TikTok. I'd seen it, but they had the actual video of what they had rotoscoped the whole like slap and everything of the monkey balls. And just seeing the video of it is so funny. Have the extender, yeah! We gotta do a Pokemon stream. Oh yeah! It's so funny seeing that. That was such a detailed scene. That whole episode was crazy, because then I didn't realize, I don't know if you've seen it, Coco, the whole episode, but one of the things in that, Mother Earth, was completely claymation. And I had watched something behind the scenes for that. I was like, damn, that was claymation? I didn't add more Juju subs to that. $15. That tasted not bad, but just not flavorful. Not flavorful at all. Gonna do all of them, Sarah? You gotta collect them all during each game? Well, I have some of the older ones. I could. I would have to if I played it on my actual system, I would have to point the camera down at my little Game Boy Advance and me trying to play this on my desk. I'll pull out my DS. Wee. We like beans. We'll take some parsnip. Parsnip always good, easy filler. How much money do I have? Do 15. I think I have all of those. We're not. We are married. Okay. Hold on. Okay, so this one's played. So now we're going to smash. How loud is this one? Okay, this is good farming music. This is a good farming song to like lock into. Didn't take out the just chilling with friends in the same place from the last game. I want to take group photos. That's so sad. Google Drive, fuck yeah. I love shit where you can just chill with friends. Send me brownies, please. I'm sorry. I'll make you brownies. I don't even know when I get to see you next. I need to actually get emulators because, like, oh my god, I need to get more of these. They're on my throne, but like, I think I might buy some different shapes. My body's just fucked. I need to buy like 50 of them. Oh. Da, 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 da. So I need to take those. So we're just gonna place one. I'm gonna dig out the space for this. And we're gonna see. This does 2? Fuck. I need to see. I don't even need a layout. I just need to see how this actually works. How does... I don't need layout. Sprinklers. Okay, yes. That is how I thought. So we can do that. Okay. Get brownies and bring them to... True, Kev actually could bring you brownies. He is close enough. Do you work today, Kev? How devastating. For you. If you do. Okay, so what if we like... I want to keep this path open. Yeah. So like... I think I would need to actually put it like... Okay. I think I could put one here then. Yeah. I would do 1, 2. Yeah, that works. Okay. Let me take out these. Yeah, okay. My man on a mission. You wanted people to complain with? No, you're real for that. It's okay. We'll complain with you. What are we gonna complain about? Not having brownies? Well, we also don't have brownies here. I also just got banned from making cookies in the house because I told my mom, I was like, those damn cookies. We've been making them too much. I'm gonna be gaining weight. We've been making a lot of cookies recently. Dude, I want to play the Pokemon games. Maybe I whip out my fucking massive... No. My... my Pokemon Scarlet and play that. Because I liked my little character in there. I just never got around to playing it. I locked in and I didn't put this on loop. Okay, so that one, we close that one. Okay, this is the one you said was loud. I'm very scared of it. It's very calm right now. So I think this is a good... This one again? Ooh, quiet sent me stuff. Ooh. Okay. It's not calm. Well, it was calm at the beginning. Then I'm like, okay. The customization is so good. Dude, your little character. When you first had gotten it was so cute. I don't know what your character looks like now. Because it's been some time. 1, 2. Okay, so we need 2 more. Simply for, my brain. Oh, I like this. I became emo. Real as fuck. I'm gonna like carve out the outside. I wonder if I have extra sprinklers. Oop. Somewhere. I'm gonna have to get rid of these weeds so it doesn't hurt my farm. I like this. This is like the calm, stressful. That looks so funny. It's a giant fucking mouth. Okay. These are gonna have to go. It's okay. It's gonna have to go either way because I'm going to put a path there. So it's fine. Everything's fine. And now we start carving. New game? They give you actual clothing? Really? I really need to get it. I'm really upset about the Switch 2, but I can at least get this game on the Switch 1, so I'm okay with it. It's plausible. I can get it. It's fine. My face. Okay. We'll get through this farming day. I actually really do miss farming, like this type of farming. And like making new plots of land. So this is really nice. Oh yeah, thanks Stream Element. Thank you. Sure. Interrupt our Pokemon talk, Stream Element, I guess. This is very final boss. I don't know what boss this is, but this is very like giving final boss. So I need to make 2. Let me get rid of this one. Because that's just where the path is going to be. Oh, Oh, I upgraded this. Ooh, okay. Oop. I'll do that. And for this one, we'll do. Yeah, I've never upgraded my watering can before in this. Say anything because you said you want to play. Oh, true. This is Scarlet and Violet. Okay, okay, okay. Fair, fair, fair. Let me get this one up. Sorry, didn't pause it in time. I did not pause that one in time at all. At least it was calm. Like it wasn't screaming techno at the beginning. This is so cool having a watering can like this. You know, I get the... Okay, okay. I like that you can move with it. Whip it out of your... wait, I just read back Doc's message. No, please, continue. Whip out your massive what? I'm intrigued now. Oh, yes, more. Wait, let me water. Oh, God. Okay, I guess we're doing that. I messed it up. Hold on. Okay, now all the music's quiet. Okay, so we finished that one. This is quiet song. One of them. Sent me another one. Okay. The fucking image is so funny. Because it's just no- Oh, I didn't mean to do that. It's not what I expected to see. It's quiet. It is quite quiet. You're so right, quiet. It's you. It's very, like, just brain off. Let me just do that. Ta-da! Okay, everything's watered. Okay. Okay. Is that... Okay. I don't need that one. And this is quiet. Compared to some of the, Oh, I need to get this one. Because I didn't get that one. Gotta pause that one. Ugh. Something's like tickling. I paused you. Sorry, that was to the Pokemon, the Pokemon one. To fucking Coco's. I paused that one and it said, no, actually, I'm gonna unpause it. I'm gonna make some Juju subs. I am kind of feeling a little sicky. It's probably because I didn't really have breakfast. Anyways, I'm gonna mix my BBL into limeade. I'm not gonna do too much. I've been having sleeping problems. I wonder why. I think I need to cut back on a lot of sugar.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
And I mean that genuinely. Do you have sugar? Doesn't it say 0 sugar? 60. Isn't? Hold on, GG subs. Tell me. I actually don't know if you have. Oh. I thought that said male acid. We love BBL. We love BBL. BBL's so good. With a medical condition? Well, I actually do have a medical condition, but it's one that is, I'm sorry. I'm like actually reading this and it says not intended for use by persons with a medical condition. This product is intended for use for healthy adults. Who's gonna tell them? Who's gonna tell them? Contains caffeine. Yeah, that's the whole point. I should get some of the non-caffeinated ones. I think it's the same sugar as a normal cup of coffee. That's crazy. I gotta stop drinking this. I say as I have 6 containers. I shouldn't, in the sense if it's okay. Which one did... Oh, this queued up. It's queued up to the other ones. Okay. We gotta go. We gotta go in the list. Okay, we're back on Pokemon now. I like that quiet. That was very, like... It's like me and my mom listened to a lot of EDM music when we... I used to in college when I would write my papers because I just need music, but no sound. Like, no voices. It's not saying... Something on my end? That's weird. Oh, I need to hydrate. I feel like Twitch Mobile recently has been really struggling a lot. Make one with melatonin. Ooh, that might be good. For me. Okay. I need to do the beans a certain way. We're gonna make a wall of beans. I wish I just two. Let me see. I think I'm gonna get rid of this tree. I'd rather just keep the beans in their isolated section. I'm gonna get rid of that. Okay. But I don't have enough seeds. I know I have some extra. So I don't have enough seeds. I know damn well I do not. I should have bought more. It's okay, we're farmers. We have a plan. We have a plan. Why did I have one more potato than the other one? Oh my god, okay. We're not gonna plant anything there yet. Oh, I did that in a weird way. I fixed it. I wonder if I move this over here and then I don't want to do that there. Let me go see. The song ended. I need something. You're next. You're next. I need to open that one still up too, Kai. Okay, this was nice. Winter seeds. Oh, we do. Oh, we have 4 of those. Is this spring? Okay, so we do those. It's fall. What do we have? Summer seeds? We're in spring. Okay, we're in spring. Summer squash. Seeds for those. Also, hi, bud. How you doing? See you, bestie. Thank you, thank you. I hope you are well. We're trying to farm. Spring. I'm gonna forget those are there. That's summer. Those are just flower seeds. I probably will plant those. I need to do a section for honey. I think I might put the honey here. Like move this to here and do a plot of honey here and then surround it by the flowers. I do need to do strawberries though. So we'll do a line of strawberries. What if I do this? We're gonna take this one. I might just need to manually water some of them. I just need to remember. Oh god. I need to actually move these. Let's move the specialty ones. And then the Great Wall of Reynard shall be moved eventually. The Great Wall of Reynard. Oh, come here. I don't think I can move all these, but I think I might make another section for the bees. Paused and I thought stream froze. It was simply me trying to think. Okay. Oh, and that song ended. Perfectly fine. I just really need to farm. And I just really need to farm. Guess I could keep his sprinkler there. Make one more and put that there. Okay, wait. We gotta. Okay, wait. I can't think. There's no music. Okay. Oh, we gotta open this one. Okay, I paused that one. Okay, yeah. Look at that Pokemon. Oh, there they are. Oh my god, I can't get... I'm not done farming yet! I'm not done farming! I'm still farming it! Okay, I still have time. I still have time. Oh, I guess I should have put it, like, surrounding it, but I put carrots there and that's fine. I have 3 extra, so that's okay. Let me... What do I need to craft that? I didn't say hello to my fucking... I didn't let the chickens out. Pokemon themes, as you should. As you should. Gothic, I hope work has been well and everything. Okay, so we're gonna take these and we're gonna shove them in here. And we're gonna worry about that at another time. We need refine. There we go. Quality sprinkler. Sprinkler. Okay, that's not a bad layout. I do quite enjoy this layout. Just gonna put these on random ones for right now. Okay. So sorry to the animals. Didn't get to them today. How many do I have? 65. Okay, we're getting closer for that. Time to go Eevee. I don't even know if... Who put that chair like that? My husband. My god. Damn. Oh, I didn't sell a single fucking thing. I think a table's being delivered. A desk, I should say. You don't like the most recent thing? It's very silly. Okay, okay. I really like that electro swing one. That one was really nice. Sleep Aid. I didn't think it was a collab with Silvervale. Oh, that's cool. Turns out I was a couple seconds behind and my phone has decided to catch up randomly, so I heard I just really need a farm. I just really need a... I just really need a I just really need a fart. Damn. You're telling us you needed a fart? I just really need a farm. I just really need a farm. It said, let me just combine these 2 words. It'll be completely normal. It won't be wrong at all. I don't know what he just said. He squashed something. Completely normal. Which also completely normal to need to fart. Yeah. But completely normal. Standard, day-to-day business here, I guess. I got a lot of fucking wine. I'm gonna keep that there. I don't know how these work. Can I take this out? I don't want to touch that. It scares me. I forget how long that takes, but I'm just gonna forget about it. It's not on my business right now. I'm really glad you become part of the community. Thank you, Mr. Lewis, for giving me money. Why? I don't know. You just felt like it. And oh my god, I miss him. I had a crush on him when this game came out, when I was younger. Man. Wow. I loved N so much. That was like war flashbacks. Okay, why are all the trees trying to go right next to that tree? You got anything for me? You do. I'm gonna pick you. We're gonna pick you. Just feel bad for him. That is fair. I love him. I love him so much. Okay, so we gotta water some things. Oh, it wouldn't be a bad idea to put just a sprinkler there. Because then at least it would water those. Okay, ideas. Oh, okay. So, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I scared that little cow. Sorry, chickens. They're gonna be extremely mad at me. Well, actually, they won't be too mad. I didn't starve them. I didn't starve them, so they're good. Traumatized. He is. I should finish that game. Is it charged? fucking end it. I need to stop pushing my hair around because then it falls and then it does this. Okay. Ultra sun and ultra moon. Surf time! Let's see. I don't think it's charged. It's been ages since I opened this. It has a charge. Holy shit. Dude, I haven't played this in ages. This shit still has a charge. It's dying. The fact it turned on, though. What game do I have in here? Oh, yeah, because I played that. Okay, hold on. I gotta turn it off. Turn off. I just got one of my games back from my brother. Pokemon Black was my edition. Pokemon White I got because the collector in me was like, I need both of them. I really want both of them. I didn't need both of them. Okay, I didn't, but I got it anyways. I streamed an entire playthrough of Black to my friends and cried when I finished it. And halfway through, ooh, a Game Boy Color, I still do too. Kind of want to stream Pokemon Black on stream. Not gonna lie, do it. I can play along with you because that one I have physically, literally in my hand. I'm gonna keep that. Holy shit. Didn't I leave my pail up top? Ugh, I fucking did. Okay, hold on, everybody. I gotta scoot through y'alls. Okay, we're gonna trim these. Dude, farming's stressful. At the beginning of, like, actual farming season, stressful. Oh my gosh. I've never been so stressed in my life. I'm not that stressed. I'm just like, oh my god, I gotta do this. I've beaten up metallic pink Game Boy Advance. Oh my god, dude. I was showing my brother, our Game Boy Advance. Because when I was at this convention, so many people were selling these at the gaming station, like, places. Super expensive and everything. But it's so funny because we had, like, the clear plastic one. And so it's the clear plastic blue. I had the pink one. Pink one, perfectly fine. The blue one, the front of it is yellow. It's crazy how much it, like, oxidized. Pokemon game I ever legally owned was blue. Ooh, a good choice. Play Pokemon? You gotta play Pokemon. I gotta finish a Pokemon. I've never finished them. Should stream it. I'm going to close this one and on to the next one, which is End Song. Let's just loop his. Let's see. Okay, opening those up. We're gonna open up my Pokemon. You can also see extremely old photos on this. I have my old theater photo. You can't see that, but that's okay. Pokemon Black. Let's see how long it takes for this to actually die. I have the charger. Hi, Bees. How are you? I said, Lily. Okay, yeah. But, like, can we... Have you played them all? Look at that shit. Look at it. It's so cool. Except I always try to skip it because I'm like, okay, I gotta go. Look at the little guy. Look at him. Oh, you can see Stardey in the reflection. You can barely see him. He go wah. Okay, yeah, my Pokédex is at 76 times 308. I have 6 badges. Let me see where I am. Been busy with uni? Well, that's good. Launch gear communication? No. And yeah, that's fine. I'm just checking. Had this remix this time? Hell yeah. About each generation? I have so many. Oh my god, I forgot what this looks like. Okay. Let me see my badges. That's my bag. Hold on. So I need 2 badges left. Hold on. We're gonna get this so it works. Hold on. Let's go here really quick. So I need... Let's help. Like, so I need the last 2. You literally can see the empty spaces. You can't see anything else. Let's hold it up close. Those are all the ones that I have. I literally need 2 left. You can also see it dying. What did it? Oh my god, this is the Pokemon that I have. I know where you are. Yo, you're so much. I know. I have like, my DS is about to fucking die. I really need to play this. I think I'm gonna play Scarlet though instead. But I really need to play this. Snivy. Oh my god, yeah, this is with Oshawott. I always had Snivy. I have like all the monkey evolutions. The little guys. What do I have in my actual collection? Pokemon. Who do I have right now? I have the zebra. I named him Sora. It's a fucking pigeon. I have Lizard. And literally spelled it Lee-Zard. We love a good Pokemon sidebar. Yeah, we do. I have Boldor. I have Planty. My fucking Planty. Planty is Snivy. And then I have Monk, which is the water monkey. As you can tell, let me see. Who else do I have? Who do I don't know. Hold on. I'm just gonna turn this off right now. Otherwise, I'm gonna keep on looking at it. I need to actually play it. But I have Coco. I don't know if you've ever seen. I have the Pokemon Black and White Special Edition DS. It has the whole engraving in it. It's so fucking cool. I love this shit. I also have I have a pink DS. That was my original one. But then I saved up my money and bought that for my birthday. Emulated was Emerald. Ooh. You found nobody to join you in Scarlet? I got you, Kai, message me sometime. I need to add you on whatever the fuck that is called. Nintendo. Whatever the fuck that shit is called. So at least I can keep you there. Oh, that's coming with me. Oh, wool goes over here. We put the rabbit's foot in there too. A duck feather also goes in there. We should be in pink, correct? Oh, why did I put... Oh. Because these go in different seasons. That's summer. I think that's where Peach needs to go. These go over here, at least. Forageables. Don't I need to deliver horseradish? Do I have a horseradish? Did I put all the forageables, like, in with these things? No, I just have none. Okay, we gotta go find a horseradish. This is peach and cherries. Holy shit, how many peach trees? Apricots, not peach. I know. Oh my god, how many fucking apricot trees do I have? Did I put this on repeat? I put this on repeat. Okay. It's about to end. Okay. Hold on, we're gonna close that one. And then I need to open this one before I forget. I've been busy. I hope uni has been good for you, Viz. Ooh. I hope it has been well. Big fish dead? Fuck yeah. Okay, you're good halfway. I would say halfway through. You're almost done with the castle section. Oh, here's my last, like, special one. But I can reorganize these too. We're just gonna put these in here. I gotta get them out of my pocket. Okay, the wall of Reynard will come back at a later time. It sits over there for Meow. Should I play Pokemon? Because my brain is... Oh shit, you gotta... Oh, good heavens. Hello, everybody. I need to get rid of just this. Okay. They all want... I didn't grab the pail. I didn't grab the pail, you guys. Hello, Goomba. Welcome back. 1910 and an at one. You are still doing good. It's just late, so you're a little eepy. But you were doing good other than that. G for you? So true. That's why I think that's why I was always so overwhelmed, but because I didn't understand it at first, of the fact that that's the type of game that it was, and I don't think I played a lot of those games as a kid, so I extra did not know what to do. And so I never finished them, or I was just like, I don't know how to, like, beat this because I don't have enough of this. But I understand a lot better now. Because I did struggle. I think the last gym that I had done in... I need to get rid of this tree. In Pokemon Black and White, I struggled with. Because I needed to get one of my Pokemons stronger. Which one? I don't remember. I probably got Snivy stronger because I'm biased to Snivy. Because that was my first Pokemon. Let me sell this. We're not selling that. Okay, putting the pail away for once. There should be another truffle out here, but I'll find it eventually. Okay. I'll really be out here doing the game and using their special... Oh my god. It's their stats and my entire strategy just to make my Pokemon are the overleveled and to fight I could be in. That's fair. Ups and downs? Yeah, Goober, yeah, but you're doing good. You've walked into our Pokemon talk. Ehehe. Ow, 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 ow. Let me add this one. Okay. Add it to the queue. Thank you quite. Thank you for your contribution. I can always help you. You can always come to me. I only sleep 5 hours. Yes, honestly, now I will. For sure. Because I do really want to play. I just also want to play a lot of stuff on my computer. I will say I had to put myself on... Oh my god, tonight's Baldur's Gate night! Oh my god, I can learn stuff at the same time as Baldur's Gate. The Balds are going to be gay. You guys, I'm actually going to finish Baldur's Gate. Not tonight specifically, but like just in general. Thing or two about Pokemon, I have my collection of Pokemon people now. Because I have Nikki, but she hasn't played a lot of the newer games. She's played them, but not all of them. But she knows a lot more about the older ones. I got Kai, and I got Coco. And I know Kai and Coco be playing the recent games. I really want that new game. But I know this is a dumb fucking Pokemon game. I need to finish, Date Everything. Always ask me Pokemon questions? Answer with cherry and not absolute correct, but it's gonna keep things real and interesting. You're real for that. You right. We need to find horseradish. Sorry, completely off topic. Horseradish. Yes. Yes, Satan. No, it's Loki in this. Satan is in the community farm. There he is. Sorry, buddy. Okay, you're not a horseradish. Ah, horseradish. We gotta have Pokemon Community Day. That's just such a funny sentence. Just reading the first part, just, I have been autistic. I've been autistic about Pokemon since I was about 3 or 4. I discovered the anime on YouTube. Oh my god, I love that. I miss watching anime on YouTube. Somebody did a little TikTok that I saw that was, how do you summon, it was basically like, oh, you can't summon, like, girls, like, by playing, like, one sound or something. And it went through, like, a series of different anime openings. But the first one was literally fucking Vampire Night. I was like, damn, you got me. You got me good. Because, yeah, that sure do. That shit may be awful and not a good anime, but man, that was my childhood. I fucking love that. Also, there's no horseradish. Been autistic? That is true. That is true. I agree. That stupid sound is stuck in my head. The song ended. I'm gonna give myself a brief moment to find horseradish. I don't know if I'm gonna find horseradish. So I'm gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry. I'm going to... Another... Oh, will I need a gift from the missus? Oh, don't you worry. I will get you immediately. The missus will have that gift immediately. I just need to see if there's horseradish. Can I get horseradish from? No. You'll never be done. Oh, is that a threat? Wow, I really demolished this forest as well. Horseradish! Who needed it? Jody, right? Jody, wild horseradish! Jody, I'm coming! I have horseradish! Wow, it's so silent now that music isn't going. Not good. Wish there was a season. I never actually watched that. I had a couple of friends who watched it, but I never actually watched it. Jody, are you in here? I don't think you're in here at this current time, but I have your horseradish for you. And I would really like if I could find you, Jody, so I can give you your horseradish and I can continue talking about what day is it? Tuesday? Are they? Is it woman? Is it ooh emerald? Oh, can I also do that? Is it woman? Ah, woman. Women time. Like, is it women time? Yay. Yay. Okay, I can think calmly now. Views 20k. Oh my god. That's crazy. Okay, let me... Okay, this one finished. This is quiet song. And then we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna pause this one. It didn't pause. We're gonna pause this. Okay, that one actually officially paused. At this point, I should just put on a Pokemon playlist. Vampire, Shadow, High School, Monster, Girls with Titty. Yeah. Big titties. Big bitties. I do know that. I do know that, for a matter of fact. That part, I do know about. Knowledgeable about those. That's just like a good classic though, too. I need to reorganize these, because now this is... That's a flower. Get in the trash. Get in the water. Okay, so what did I need to do? Who needed a... Sebastian wanted an emerald. Oh! We're just taking all that and an emerald. We're gonna go to raccoons. Raccoons are more important than Sebastian. As much as I love Sebastian, raccoons are more important. Oh, a truffle. I need to not trim all that, but... Oh, I can plant those over here, but I'm gonna forget about them. I don't have a mill to do anyways. To do? To use. Then 10 minutes trying to figure out what the fuck a fucking horseradish. Turns out it isn't native here. So I wouldn't know. It literally set you up for failure. You would not know at all. Oh, I only have 4. I'm sorry, little guy. I'll find you geodes soon. Stop if you want. Never. I just have to remember to open them. Are you paused? That's all I need to know. Okay, it is paused. Just need to make sure it paused so it didn't play over the song. It's so funny when I realized I've been chasing a dead rat. You're just like, what the fuck is she talking about? I ain't never heard of that before. And it's true. You ain't never heard of it before in your life. We need to find 4 more geodes for our little guy. For our little guy, he needs some geodes. Where did I put this? Did I put this in here? I think I put it somewhere else, but oh well. Okay. Time to destroy the Reynard wall and move it. The actual progress of redoing my farm and making it pretty is happening. Moss. That's also so funny. I didn't know horseradish was like native to certain parts only. It makes sense. I just didn't know. I can't believe I set you up for failure though. That's so funny. Okay, this autoplays to more music, so we're gonna do that. Then we're gonna play this one. I've hijacked the stream. I should just rename the stream farming? No. Pokemon. Is my... Let's open up my Switch right meow. Wait, let me think. No. No, you nailed it. You nailed it! Sorry, I need to stretch my sides. Me just hurting. Oh my god, for those who don't know, Posture check.
Hydrate, you bastard!
I will hydrate. The posture check will be, in fact, a stretch. Okay, we'll add another stretch to the stretch. I have extremely tight hamstrings. But I stretched last night, so everything's, like, mad at me. Tell you guys, I know stuff. Ask me about more things. I do believe you, actually, Shaylin. I do believe you. I know you know things. You are a knower. You are a seer. You read. You have the knowledge. You play games. We gotta get you a new PlayStation. Hey, Scarlett, I want someone to help you with in-game. I like that you could join. I think I was looking for a Psyduck. If I open it up, I don't know if I had one. And by that, I'm just addicted to Psyduck, so that's just a necessity. It is a necessity to have Psyduck on me at all times. The radish? And the regular... I just like the regular ass radish. My coworkers redo my entire third floor. Carpet replacing it with food. Ooh, nice. 2 weeks while I'm gone. No, that's real. We replaced our floor a while back, and it does get really hectic when you have to move so many things. I guess the wall is going to... Oh, I can't put these here because I need... Can I put these on top of these? Well, I guess I can't put them there. Sorry, I was now just thinking about the plan for the layout. We just gotta add more of these guys. Oh. Where else can I put them? Can I get the horses and radishes separately? Yeah, unfortunately, your horses and your radishes are kept separately. That's okay. You at least now have the knowledge of them and their existence. You know? Pokemon know where Psyduck is, and they share a room. You're so right. They share a room. And they were roommates. Apple stretch. Exactly. Hi, Mr. Pants. My fucking back hurts, but I don't want to sit. How long have I been streaming? Okay. Not as long as I thought. That's good. Usually it's the other way around. Okay, so we need to move these. Just perfectly fine. Can I? There we go. That there. We're just gonna put these here now. Because I just want them a little further away. You don't belong there. Okay. Oh my god. Town right at the beginning. Not those, I believe, the small river. I think that's where, because I think I have one, and I think I got it from there. So I think you're correct. I believe you're correct. The I think is me. I could pull up my game, right? Meow. Is the thing you're thinking? No, there's more to it, but honestly, don't think there is. Honestly, yeah, I think that's pretty much it, especially for that time of like what those types of animes were about. Not even bad, but like that's sounds pretty much right. That sounds about right. What else was I doing? I mean, I guess we could start replotting the land. I am gonna have to take these out while I do that. Oh, let me actually go. I didn't fucking get that. I forgot about that. I was so locked in to my freaking... we're gonna put the lucky cat right there. I was so locked in. Oh, yes, send them now. Me. That's so mean of them. Shaylin! Shaylin, I got an audition, Shaylin! What the fuck do I sound like? I sound like a fucking meme or something. And the meme, unfortunately, I think I sound like... I think I sound like a fucking... Charlie! Candy Mountain, Charlie! So this last was good. It was Charlie, the Shun the non-believer. Candy Mountain, Charlie. Candy Mountain. That's what I was thinking of. We're going to get, yeah. I was like, wait, I sound like something. What is it? That's what it is. That's what it is. At least we got there together. See this lot I could do. Check DMs. Oh yeah, I forgot I was going for Hot Man. That's so cool. Oh, I like how they did his hair. Like actually, like not even looking at like everything else. You were just gonna ignore everything else at this point right now. But his hair, because the hair looks like goo. Like yeah, I like that. That's really cool. Now I want to go look at the other pictures. I really hate how his glasses chain looks like goo, but it's really cool. It's just kind of like the ew. Ew. He's really cool. His design is really cool. I would really hate that glasses chain. It's so cool though. That's fucking crazy. Why the fuck do we, like, I know it's a lore and I'm gonna need to play, but why the fuck do we have a fucking mafia boss coming after us? DM you them on Instagram? It's easier? Oh, fuck yeah. Send away. I'm sometimes bad at checking those on time, but I do check them. We have some time. We're gonna start redoing our plot of land. Okay, good. 100. Yes. Okay, we need to get rid of these. Boom, 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 boom. Where do I want wood flooring? I would like some wood paths. Wood paths are just really cool. I did just make 100 stone. Yeah, I got it. I fucking skipped over the fucking audition. Yeah, I got one, so I need to do it. I need to record it. I'm stressed. I'm not really stressed, but I'm stressed. Wouldn't let me screenshot them so nicely, so yeah, it's fair. That's fair. Yeah. Send away. Oop, didn't mean to pick you up, but that's okay. Okay. Well, I'm working. I'm working here, okay? I think I missed one. There we go. Oh, didn't know there was that there. Why don't we do that? Let's get rid of it. Yeah. I like that. I like that. At least 4 or 5 for you, my lord. Wow, thank you. Thank you, my lord. Actually, I like how that little corner was. That's a nice corner. Yeah. Okay, I like that. I like that. Okay, anyways, we're gonna go to bed with all this stuff in our pocket. And then I'm going to sit down because I think my back is hurting. Sleep. Why, yes. Oh. Monkey dice. Oh.
Hey, guess what? I bought some new funky dice. Can't wait till it shows up.
Yeah. Sorry. It's fucking baby time. Yes, we should, Elliot. Of course we should, Elliot. That honestly scared me. I was like, what is this? I just wanted to sleep. It was the, should we have a baby? At least it was after the fucking spirit of Grandpa said, yeah, you know, actually I can rest in peace now. Did I put this on loop? No, I didn't, but it's about to end. I really want, hold on. I really want this one again. Please don't pay a commercial? Okay. More than 4 or 5? Fuck yeah. So long that the game was like, let's have a baby. Literally. The game said, actually, I think it's time now. I think you should have a baby. You have a problem. Like, yes. Yes, I do, game. Free run. But you don't gotta point it out. Made us a pot of coffee? Fuck yeah! I found myself craving. Yeah, thank you. Okay, bye. I have all that wine down there, but I'm just gonna choose to ignore it right now. I have other things to be worried about. What other things? I don't know, bro. We got a whole farm to run. And I'm trying to make it look pretty too. God. And then we're gonna... I mean, I could do like 3 wide, but no, I have to do it like that. Yeah. Look at all the things. This one almost feels like something from One Piece. It looks like a dick. Cydex, sorry, I can't stop Hotman posting. Let's just see. Let's just take a look-see at my Instagram really quick. Let's take a little look-sees at what's over there. Smoker. Oh my god, another Hotman. Oh, his bike looks really good. Is there any One Piece fans in here? Because they're slowly dropping some like One Piece live action clips and everything. God, he looks so fucking ridiculous with 2 giant cigars in his mouth. Did I pause the game? I did. But his bike looks really cool. It's a 3-wheeler, but it's gigantic and ridiculous, just like how it is in the anime. Cigars. Okay, no, Shaylin. No, I need to send you a photo. Do you know anything about One Piece, Shaylin? Yeah, I finally ordered external mics into the IP. Everyone got fucked. Damn. It sound like shit, but still, but at least it's not digital mic. You so real, Cooper. You so real for that. Why'd you send me shrimp? I saw that pop up. Getting anime vibes? Yeah. I agree, Doc. I agree. But that's cool, Cooper. That's exciting. Shaylin, about Smoker. What about cigars? This man, a smoker, smokes cigars. He literally has like casing of cigars all around his coat. Very funny. But at times he literally smokes 2 cigars at once. It's very funny, very ridiculous. What I was going to tell Shaylin is there is a screenshot of... It's one of the stills that they posted of Smoker and, God, I forget her name. That shit was in fact meant for quiet. That's so fucking funny. It's... I'm sorry. The actress for Nami, Emily, she commented on, it was one of the first stills we got of Smoker. It's literally, we got ourselves another daddy, y'all.
I am the eepy sleepy poopy gal I peepee the bed hey ha.
Yippee. I wonder who this is. God. Did Carfar fall asleep again? I forget her name, but it looks like it's so funny what it looks like. Is it AFK clocking in from lunch? Fuck yeah. I did hear you the whole time. Fuck yeah. Anyways, I need to send you this image because it does not look like it's a normal video. It looks like it's a more you go to a different website for that type of video just because of how it's shot, and it's so funny because it's just a still image and it's nothing else about what's happening during that. Send me the hot thing. Oh my god, I have you on Instagram. Let me just send you Smoker. Smoker, I hardly know her. Where is she?
No, 'tis I, the girl bosser tiny like thumbtack gal who wants her Ritos.
We're talking about so many different things. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so
Hello,
much for the
Raiders.
raid.
My name is Sarah. I'm a variety streamer. We do mixed bag Mondays.
Oh my god.
Family-friendly Wednesdays and Horror Thursday. Roar, please join us on this wild ride we call life. Whoop, whoop.
Let me write it like that since you're at work. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Sarah. We're playing Stardey Valley today. We're listening to a lot of Pokemon stuff because that's what we've been talking about, Pokemon. So if you like that, welcome in. If not, I also was talking about One Piece right now, the live action. But welcome in. How are you all? Let me give you a little photo. How was your stream? What were you guys playing over there, my Toku? I'm gonna call you Toku. Okay. Welcome in, Phoenix. Welcome in, Manu. Hello, Dark Void. Oh, we have more voids here now. Hell yeah. What is your name? Lawrence Yan? I almost said Yam. Best One Piece arc? Okay, I need to finish watching One Piece. And I say that because I never properly caught up. Man, I can't say my favorite then. Because I haven't gone to a lot of stuff. I love the Marineford arc. I love that one. Do I want to watch it? And do I like what happens? No. Laundry Sim. Okay, we talk a lot about anime. Fuck yeah, we love anime here. Hold on, I have all of my anime trinkets behind me with video game stuff and other trinkets. I like trinkets. Marineford was great. Yeah. And so I haven't properly watched it. I was talking to my friend about it. I was like, I haven't properly watched a lot of stuff because I never... Okay. Sorry, it just got rid of my game. It got rid of it. Because I've never, like, properly caught up to it. But I also love Nami's arc. But that's just because I love Nami. I love her whole backstory. That's great. Lore and Za? Yeah. Oh, you're getting a lore in it. Okay. Now I want a burrito? Burrito? That's fair. You just ended your lunch though, Shaylin, too. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow, Lawrence and Manu. Welcome in. We play a lot of horror games and everything. Right now we're playing through Dying Like the Beast on Mondays. We do Stardew or other farm stuff on Wednesdays. Or horror games. And we're playing through Resident Evil again for me. But I'm taking my friend Kai with me. Because Kai's never seen the game. So I've been dragging them along through every game. Because I love Resident Evil. Let me catch up into everything else. Trying to wake up Car? I mean, I'm trying to wake up myself. Damn. Wake up Car. Get Car up. Maybe. I don't know. Car probably has work, so get Car up. We're playing Stardew while I'm thirsting over ramen. Yeah, realize that. I mean, I was doing the same because I was talking about Smoker for the live action. That was, in fact, the exact thing that was happening right when you guys walked into the room. I was talking about Smoker. And then I was also going to go look at the hot man from Pokemon 2. I was very distracted from my own farm. Very distracted. Oh, Psyduck. I just like the Psyduck in the middle of it. That's really pretty. Some of the artwork there is really pretty. I'm going to close that so I don't forget about it later. Oh. Welcome in, the double rain. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Oh, I see. Hello, Fire. Hello. How do we say your name? Cosno? Cause no. But welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. What were you guys playing over there? Thank you for the follow, David. Thank you.
Hello, Raiders. My name is Sarah.
Elliot.
I'm a variety streamer. We do mixed bag Mondays.
Not sure.
Family-friendly Wednesdays.
Ooh, let me get
and
that.
Horror Thursday. Roar, please join us on this wild ride we call life. Whoop, whoop.
Actor at One Piece. I forget the guy's name. Callum. His Smoker's live action actor is Callum Kerr. I don't know if I've seen. What is Tashigi? Tashigi is the girl who I was thinking of. The whole screenshot is very funny. Thank you so much for the raid, and thank you for the shout out for both of them. I don't know which raid, I know which mod is doing it. Thank you, I love you. Thank you for the follows. Let's see. I'm feeling hungry. Guys, Callum Kerr. Yeah, Callum Kerr. Welcome in. Hello, my name is Sarah. We have lots going on. We've been talking about Pokemon, and we're talking about One Piece right now as well. The live action. But welcome in. How was your stream over there? What were you guys doing? Say it however you want. Playing some... Oh, Ori and the Blind Forest. Ooh, interesting. Well, I hope it was a good stream. Just like the giant zeros in the name. Kerr. I like his last name. He's a man. He is a man, dude. We haven't seen anything of it, but I'm really excited for Crocodile because that is a man as well. They got a lot of men, but him smoking 2 cigars is very silly. It was slightly frustrating, but fun. You know, fair. It be like that sometimes. But yes, welcome in for both raiders, both of viewers and streamers. If you guys need to go take care of yourself, please, self-care comes first. If you just need to step away for a second, roll around on the floor, do whatever you need to, take care of yourself. If not, you're more than welcome to stay. Yeah, we're playing Stardew, but Stardew's like kind of like the background noise at this point. Stardew really be the background noise. So many new friends, yes, so many. I will say, Lawrence, same. I started with Sebastian. I do really like Elliot. But type, you know, I hate Shane, but fair. It be like that. It be like that when you gotta type. Nicotine, I get it. Just like me, for real, for real. Unfortunately, not Mimi, but you right. You real for that. Aren't usually my thing. That's why it's frustrating, but the game is so cute. Honestly, it be that way. I haven't played platformers in so long. I also, too, probably would be very mad at it. Because I get very frustrated in Dying Light simply because I have to jump from building to building, and sometimes he doesn't grab ledges. And that's not even a platform. That's just a parkour game. Smoker was a bit older. Oh, I should actually tab into the game. Stephen Lang would make a good looking... Hold on. Stephen Lang. Oh, I put Land. Stephen Land. Oh! You know, actually, I could see that. If he was older, or if we get an older smoker at all, I think he would do a really good job. Yeah, I could see that. Like a Dirty Raider guys with the gold heart. Garbo's just so cool. Ode, he likes all those 2 cigar, 3 sword. He likes just adding everything. Just like, why have one? Go big or go home. Got it. So much not catching on the walls in this game too. Oh, that's on it. It's really funny because like it's the same pain I'm going through with Dying Light, the Beast right now, and I get really frustrated with it because I'm like, Mr. Kyle Crane, grab onto the wall. This is your one job, is to parkour. Do you play such stream? I do not, but I do play. I haven't played Infinite Nikki in a while. I used to play the phone app one a lot. I still have it on my phone, but I do miss it. It's really pretty because I love fashion a lot. Our girl Penny could never do me wrong. That's true. Penny is really cute. She's my favorite, but maybe I need her Mexican cola or water. Ooh, Mexican cola's good. Penny is a good choice for the women bachelorettes. Played some Harvest Moon when I was younger. Is it a similar vibe? Yeah, it's a similar vibe. My best friend plays Harvest Moon. I think she likes, oh my god, what is the other one? Hold on. It's another farming game, but they're all like similar vibes. Oh, is it Mineral Town? Story of Seasons is another similar one, as well as Fields of Mystria, because that's a newer one. All very similar vibes, similar farming vibes and everything. Irish Guys Place. I like your name. That's nice. I like people's names. Tells me a lot about them. Does it? Really? No. But they're fun to look at. There's not that much content. Why he wrote letters, it was really good. His little letters that he writes when he's gone is so cute. Thank you, Quiet, for the hydrate. Little of the Second. Ooh, I really like the Beast. I like the Beast a lot more than the second one. The second one was fun, but like the Beast is a continuation of the first game, so it's a continuation of Kyle Crane. So I like it a lot more. It feels a lot more like the first one. Kyle Crane's so grumpy in this one, though. It's so funny. But yeah, I like it a lot more than the second. So it's still really fun. Same issues in the first one that I have in this one, where he just doesn't grab ledges, but I can't change that. That might just be a me issue. Dicks! Oh, is that turned up, man? What's turned up? So you know what? Last time I played, there was only 12 hearts. Crazy. Took me ages to think of it. It'd be that way. Oh, wait. Infinite Nikki is a PC too? It's pretty... Screenshots. Yeah, I played it when it first came out. Infinite Nikki. I played that when it first came out. I liked it. It just had the same vibes as Genshin it did for me, like in the sense of the open world. Very pretty, very nice, but I didn't keep up with it. I wish I did, because I really like the outfits in it. It's so pretty. Headlines or something? I'm at 12. I'm trying to like catch up on everything. Added content is good content. So true. Dream come true. So where was I? I'm so happy for you, Viz. I'm glad you are doing well. There's 14 hearts. Yes. I was like, wait, I can go to it and count. I am very happy for you, Viz. Also, let me change the music. I've been on the same Pokemon song this entire time. It's just really good. Let me do your roll before I change it. 4, 16, and 19. You're tired and eepy, but it's not a bad tired. You just got a lot going on. And stay hydrated. I will. I'm trying to do better with my hydrating. And drinking better, because I drink a lot of caffeine. My hair's grown a lot. It has grown a lot. I think it's a ton of scandal. Yeah! I remember when that had a whole bunch of scandal. I was like, oh. That was by the time I stopped playing it. Not because of anything bad. I just stopped in general. Beastie. OST. That's what I want. But yeah, then I saw all that. I was like, oh, what be happening? You a coffee gal. So, truthfully, I'm a tea gal. But oh my god, that's such a nice tune. Over the summer, I worked a night show. So, I have now become a coffee girl, but also a GG Subs girl. This is my fucking Mr. America cup. I don't really drink too much energy drinks besides GG Subs. But I do love coffee now, so I do drink a lot of coffee. But I have a whole collection of tea, because I really love tea. I don't even know what I was doing this day. I haven't checked on my animals yet. Oh, that's not gonna work there. Okay, we're gonna have to redo some of these tiles. Maybe we keep one. Or maybe this is where... I don't know. Maybe I move this tree. We can move that tree. I'm trying to redo a lot of my farm. Oh, we could expand out here. Because then, where is the path? We're not going to look at how ugly all these things are, but yes. Such a coffee gal? Not so much tea, which is kind of ironic. For the British, you know, it'd be that way. It's okay. I'll take the tea from you and I'll give you the coffee. Because, like, I used to like coffee before, but it was like, every once in a while. Yeah, I drink coffee every day now. I do like matcha. I prefer matcha so much more than anything else. But I don't have matcha whisk, so I need to get that so I can buy that. Green tea, the king of all tea, fight me. Ooh, green tea is really good. I like my black teas, but I love my fruit and green teas a lot. Not just decaf, so I can like the flavor of coffee. That's crazy, because I don't really like the flavor of coffee. I do, but I don't. Matcha ice cream by mistake? Now I'll have to... And now I try to like it. You know that's fair. Matcha ain't for everybody, because I know my mom does not like matcha. She's like, this is gross. I'm like, this tastes delicious. Peach sweet tea is the best? Yes, it is. I do love peach sweet tea. I love peach tea. I had that yesterday, actually. Deathless coffee is best coffee. I need to try that coffee. I think my mom would like it. Good bubble tea? Yes. A good, like, I get... Ooh, mushroom. Let me think. What do I get, usually? I won't lie. When I get bubble tea sometime, when I get boba, I get strawberry milk. It's so simple, but it's so good with the boba. But I love my strawberry matcha with boba. Or a nice, like, popping boba, like, with the mango or peach in it with some flavored tea. With the fruit tea is so good. Matcha. Yes, Car, I hope you're actually awake. Favorite boba combo is Thai tea with boba. Ooh, that's a good combo. That's good selection. Oh, hello, ducks. I'm sorry, they only have one patch of grass. I'd be trying. I was so locked in on my normal farm. Craving chai tea recently, though. Ooh. I've never really had any of those, but it's because of being lactose intolerant, and I'm so scared it's gonna like have milk, and then I don't know what to do, and I'm like, okay. I enjoy meow. Enjoy drink peach tea. Oh, peach tea monster. Oh my god, you know what? I didn't know there was rehab. That's a crazy rehab monster tea. That's a crazy name. Oh, brewed peach tea to rehydrate. Interesting. I don't really drink monsters too much anymore. Think I'm gonna order tea over my house if I can afford it. Do you want tea? I'll pay for your tea, Kai. I'm among the living for now. Good car. I'm proud of you. Once had a unreal brown sugar bubble tea with creme brulee topping. It's just insane and how nice it. That's crazy. That's a crazy combo. Where you go, you get milk alternatives. Yeah, I think because my silly little brain with boba, especially because they have the like, it's sealed, and my brain was like, it's pre-made. They can't change it. This was like back in like high school and whatnot, especially when I first started. We first started getting a lot more boba shops. I was like, it's sealed. It does not come off. They can't change it. You can change it. You can change it. Non-dairy. Yeah, see, I get strawberry milk literally with almond milk. I think because I'm still so traumatized by that, I'm like, no, it's sealed. It doesn't change. It does change. And I want to try. Wait, are they carbonated? Nope. Oh, they're not carbonated. Oh, interesting. I'm locked in on that because that sounds interesting. I want to try that. Because I spend too much today and I traveled for 20. We get you tea. You want tea? You want tea, sweetie? We get you tea. Black tea and peach juice. Interesting. Into a lot of caffeine, so you're not allowed to have death wish. But I want the caffeine. This song was kind of creeping me out. I don't know which ones I've milked. Okay, that's butter. Don't question some of my cows' names, okay? Hold on, let me lock into farming really quick. Okay. Pretty good, my favorite. Oh, Arnold Palmer? That's fair. That's a good choice. That's a good choice. I don't know what I was doing. I'm so locked into yaps. Buy me tea? I'll buy you tea! Deathwish Coffee is my parents' favorite coffee brand. I want to try it for my mom. I want her to try it. I think it'd be good. What else? What else do I drink? Also, I think a lot of my, when I was having severe heart palpitations because of drinking so much caffeine, I think it was a lot with my lungs. Either that or I have grown, normal to, caffeine. Arnold Palmer. What is it? It's a half and half. It's iced tea and lemonade. It's like a split half and half. Can't find the drink. Arnold Palmer made of. Yeah, it's a half and half ratio, and it's usually lemonade and iced tea. It's an iced tea lemonade. Essentially. I really want my favorite. I'll let these play. I like this OST a lot. They're relatively good. Oh, don't eat the cheese. Please no. I need this. Oh, it's a leak. Boom, boom, boom. Excuse me. Oh, yes, crispy bacon. Excuse me, crispy bacon. The game spazzed out for 1 second. The way I hit him, my boyfriend is kind of cool and epic. Damn, is that Car talking or is that Gar kidnapping the phone again? He do be pretty cool. Did the council speak if he was going to be added to the, God, this music's revving up. To the Life 360.
If you guys have a prime, slap that prime on the table like a big
Oh, interesting.
cock.
I actually didn't know
Show
that at all.
everybody that you have a big fucking dick today and slap that prime on the fucking table right now.
Hi, welcome to our favorite audios here.
The monster one is their rehab tea
tea.
plus lemonade.
Ooh. Okay. This goes here. Sorry, our farm is a bit of a mess, but because we're trying to reorganize everything, and it's the start of the season, and I was moving things around, and now I don't know where to put things. This goes in there. This is extra, so we're just gonna put it in there. This is just gonna be the torch land. For now. This goes in here. Cheese can go inside. That can go inside. Or I can sell it. I think I might sell it. And we're going to drink this coffee and run to Sebastian. Kind of ignoring my message when after we started talking about speeding. What do you mean speeding? You are part of the council? Oh. I was like, what do you mean ignore? I thought here. No, okay. I went part of the council. I didn't really care. I'll bring it up to the council this weekend. Also, it for sure wasn't me speeding. B goes faster than me on the freeway. Oh, let me give you your role, Lawrence. Let's see. You know, you're doing fine. You're doing okay. 9, 7, and 4. I feel like you're just a little bit mentally exhausted or a little bit tired for the day, but overall, you're still doing good. You're holding on. You're holding on very tight with your role. Do. Who did I need to go? Do we have anything else to do here? Okay. Okay, we go to Sebastian. I don't know where he is, but we're going to find him. I forget his whole schedule. So I'm hoping it's just his schedule where he's in his room. My god. We've had a lot of good yaps today. I'm oh. No, I'm stuck on a cutscene. Didn't I tell? Oh, it's our favorite one. For everybody new here, and especially if you like Stardew or whatnot, we don't like Demetrius. We do not like him here. He's so mean. I don't like him. Said to get fruit. Also, I still will stand. Robin is right. Tomatoes don't belong in a fruit salad. I'm sorry. I hate him. I hate him too. Don't be sorry. Completely acceptable here. We hate him. Just throw B under the bus like that? Yes, I will. If it gets me out. Actually, somebody threw her under the bus recently in such a fucked up way that I'm like, bro, that was such a dick move. This is like hee hee ha ha. I actually don't know how fast everybody else drives. I just know B compared to me because we've talked about it. And by that, she goes 5 miles faster than me, usually. So I'm no better than her. Don't understand if tomatoes are fruit. You're a fucking idiot. Normal person says they want fruit. They never mean tomatoes. Doesn't matter what the scientific classification is. Yeah. I hate him so much. He's so mean to Robin. Classify a tomato a vegetable. Really? I figured a farmer would know the... He's so mean. I figured a farmer would know the correct answer. Well, I think you're fucking stupid. I just want you to understand my point of view. It's hard for me to know exactly what assumptions I should make when you tell me something. It's fruit salad, my dude. To get better at it, you never try better. You never try. Anyways. And to Sebastian, his daughter is clearly... Yeah. He's so mean to Sebastian. Like, I usually marry Sebastian, especially because, like, it gets him out of the house. He's so mean to him. I hate it. Even, like, Maru is definitely his favorite, but even how he treats Maru in a sense of, like, to the farmer of just, like, don't you come close to my daughter. It's like, whoa, bitch, calm the fuck down. Let her live. He's so overprotective of her. And then he's a dick to Sebastian and to his wife. But I say if I want fruit salad and accept a cucumber? What if I say I want a fruit and expect a cucumber? Would you put tomato in a fruit salad, though? I drive faster than light? Damn. Car faster than light? Off because she has good with science. True. Because he loves science. Oh, hey, Maru. I do like Maru a lot. We hate Demetrius. Oh, thank God I'm good friends with him. Yay, thank you. I do miss marrying him. I have another old stream farm save file. Frijitos? Frijitos? Is that what I have? Frijitos? I think that's what we named the farm. I married Sebastian in that one. I love him dearly. In our community farm, I married to Sebastian because Elliot is respectfully Kai's. What did I get from him? Did I get anything from him? Did I get anything from him? That's my man's, yeah! And that's why we married him, because he convinced me to marry him. Order a fruit salad and I find a tomato. I'm gonna throw hands. Yeah, exactly, see? Like, I can agree tomato is a fruit. Spelling it. I wanted to put my ticket in, not read the ledger. I was like, what happened? I want to put my ticket in, not the ledger. Okay. Find the people. Exactly. Exactly. Also, I love cucumber. I think I have some in the fridge. The first day when you have to scratch on Sebastian's door and wait. I hate how much Sebastian stays indoors. In the sense of literally when you're starting it up and you're like, please, I need to give you something. Please, open. It's a fruit smoothie. Technically, yeah. Especially because they put sugar in it. Like, not a lot of sugar, but like to balance out like everything that you put in it. How many do we do? Good old Buggle Goods. We're just gonna accept this. How many does he want? 10? We could do that. We're Fisher now. Farmer who? Not me. Am I slow? Why do I feel so slow? This one's really good. This is the OST for Beastie Ball. Really good game. Really cute. Very good music. Here's Sebastian, whenever we'd see him outside the house, we'd yell at location. Sebastian is out his house. Literally echo location of like, he's here! He's out! And we have a separate word for when you talk about scientific definition, general definition for fruit. You know, that's fair. And like, I honestly, I'm with that. Because like, when you're talking about making a fruit salad, you really do not expect tomato to be in there. Tomato may be classified as a fruit in a sense of how it is and what it is, but like that's not to go into a fruit salad. Unless you do like tomatoes, because some people do really like tomatoes like that. And you know, freak. Not really. Not really. Cherry tomatoes are eatable like that. This should be in there. Freaks? Not really. But yeah. 11 p.m. and I'm gonna bake some cookies now. Fuck yeah, what type of cookies? But also, good luck, have fun, bake them cookies. Love Mystic Dreamer is such a good theme. It is. It really is. The Mermaid Club is really good, and then the original one you had showed me, the boss one. Yeah, of course. I almost was gonna make cookies today, but we've been making cookies like every week, so we're taking a cookie break. We are taking a cookie break in this house. We need to fish. I need to move these. I think I might just move them here. I need to figure out the layout of all this. Serious. Oh my god, cinnamon roll. I love cinnamon rolls. One of my favorite cinnamon roll places is Cinnabon. Fucking delicious. But nothing beats like a good homemade cinnamon roll. That's so good. I'm so jealous, but also I shouldn't eat cinnamon rolls. Oh my god. Because I will continue to bake them over and over again. I love cinnamon rolls. They're some of my favorite sweets. Speaking, there is no such thing as a vegetable. Culinarily categorize things as veggies. That being said, tomatoes are culinary veggies, not fruit. Real as fuck. Okay. Freeze them? It's too dangerous to have them. And I'm 2 feet away. That's so fucking funny. I never found one I like, so I bake them and try it. Officially obsessed. You know, fair. The Cinnabon ones here, honestly, as a kid, I used to be able to eat like 2 of the large ones. Now, I can finish 1 because they are disgustingly sweet. Never had some. Oh, really? Ooh, they are really good. They are just sugary goodness. I love them so much. I'm trying to fix my belt. It's hitting my table in a weird way. Maybe I should just sit right. But yeah, Cinnabons are like the most popular here. Really good brand and everything. For Cinnabons, I probably could find a recipe. Here comes the. This is the original, the OG song guy that I love. Here comes the Sports King. I could find a recipe for Cinnabons, probably. Because those are really good. They're extremely sugary, but the ratio that they have is really nice. Remove your pants. Oh, I don't think cinnamon rolls are that big in the UK. Even the recipe I follow is from an American. That's interesting. I mean, that's fair. I don't know why they got really popular here. There was this one recipe, and I wish I got it from my friend, but they were vegan cinnamon rolls, which also is good if anybody's vegan here and they want vegan cinnamon rolls. Those were some of the best cinnamon rolls I've ever had, because instead of the dough was just super like soft and gooey, and I don't know, that shit was just good. It was like the middle of a cinnamon roll, but it was all the pieces of the cinnamon roll. It's just the middle. It was so good. I wish I could. I guess I could do like that. That's a horrific turnip. Sally's baking blog. Ooh. I should try it sometime, because then I can tell you the differences of like the cinnamon rolls. Because there's some, like even sometimes when we bake cinnamon rolls, it ends up being too bready and not enough dough. Not vegan, but a friend gave me a muffin recipe, so good. Honestly, sometimes the vegan recipes pop off, and that's one of the cases of like this cinnamon roll one. It was really good. Like it was just a nice ratio of how the dough turned out, so I was with it. I mean, I like that, but I don't like. I'm trying to figure out how to make this to look. So if I do that, because then I can make a little path up there. I'm only going to do a part of this, because I need to move these little guys. I mean, the 2 is fine there. Yeah, we could just do that. Okay. Trying to rationalize some of my patterns here. Oh, I need to water my flowers. I need water. Chocolate frosting recipes? I used as a vegan one. Just, some of them are good. I really like some of the vegan recipes. I'm gonna have to try to find that vegan cinnamon roll. Because the cinnamon rolls we usually make, they are not, but they're really good. But I've sometimes made it where it's too bready, and I'm like, nah, I want the deliciousness. What if I do the same here? And then narrow it down. I kind of like the 3 though. No, I like the 3 on this side. I'll move that eventually. The 2 there is fine. It's a singular little path. Skinny little path. Or further back. These are homemade overnight center further back. Interesting. Started with any mods? I have not. I've never played with any mods. I kind of want to put some mods in, because some of them seem really cool. I just never have, because I never have really played too much of Stardew. I think this is one of my like longest runs of Stardew. What are we on? We're on year 3. I think this and our community farm is the longest run we've had. So yeah, I still can't figure out how to mod it properly. Oh, that's real as hell. I probably would need instructions. Clear instructions. I have Penny J. Oh, real. A fishing game mod. Oh, that would be so nice. I know our friend Quiet would be very disappointed in me, because he loves fishing in this game. I hate fishing. I love Fields of Mystery of fishing, because... Do I have a teleporter? I don't want to walk to the beach. Did I put it in this one? Farm. Beach. I don't feel like walking. So I want to play expanded and be gay. Yeah, I would like to play the expanded version. See, that seems really fun. Oh, I gotta redo these. Where's Willy? Because the expanded seems fun. Oh, I don't have a lot of bait. Oopsie. It's a mod for other villagers is so good. Ooh. I'd be so willing to play it modded, especially at this point where I've finished a lot of, like, not 100% run, like a perfect run, but like a lot of the main things in the game. Oh, maple cinnamon rolls. Feeling was way too runny. Ooh, interesting. Okay, okay. Maple cinnamon rolls. I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, I could see that being too runny. Okay. That is fun mod. I'm gonna have to try that. I'll have to look up. It's the same thing with other games too that I want to mod. Nothing will ever compare to Left 4 Dead. Because modding in that was so easy. You just download it straight in. It was right in the workshop. Left 4 Dead treated me way too nicely to the point where other things, it's like, oh, I have to download this to get this. But I need to figure it out because I would like it. I did figure out how to mod Alien Isolation, so if I could do that, I could do this. I just have to follow a video instruction. Every time I fuck it up, you know, that's real. Kai, I'm with you on that. You have to rework a ratio of the maple syrup and brown sugar. That's fair. I think that could work and you can make it non-runny. It's just figuring that out. As long as it tasted good at the end of the day. You know, that is what matters. I didn't get it to the special. I think, oh man, I should make cinnamon rolls. I don't remember how my last cinnamon rolls tasted. Freaking sardines. Are sardines a specific time? I don't think so. I'm an ocean fish. Let's see. Sardine. It is. It's a specific time. Okay, I gotta come back the next day. Left 4 Dead modded? Oh my god, I've never thought of doing that. Oh my god, yes. Left 4 Dead modded, one is super easy because it's done through the workshop in Steam. So you just go there and you just click download and then it'll put it into the game. And when you get into the game, you can literally go to the mod list. They have it all there and you can turn things off and on there. So nice. It treated me so well. That was the first experience of modding ever. I have the Necopara skins in that game. I have Velociraptors in that game. I have, what else do I got? I got so many things. I have the Windows boot up sound when somebody gets revived from a defibrillator. Great. Romance scenes and edit? Ooh, oh my gosh, if you do end up watching one, Kai, let me know which one. Especially romance, because I do love romance. We're gonna continue to fish. That was horrible. There we go. There we go, sparkle, sparkle. I need to read the romance one. I should probably bring that out because it doesn't take me long to read my manga. But because I think there's another volume of it out already. Gokuraku guy, I know I won't have one. Why is this one so creepy? First modded game was Skyrim. You know, that's a good first choice. Hehehe. Good job, Quiet. Good job, Quiet. Let me pull out my manga. Have it sat weird so I remember. Oh, for any other One Piece lovers, because this is in my way right now. Right meow. I got these cat toys and they're shaped as the different devil fruits. I have the gum fruit. I think I'm gonna give this one to my cat today. They're still in their bag because it is catnip. So hard for me to mod? Interesting. I need a mod BG3. That's the one we really need a mod, and we're gonna try to do a community BG3 run eventually somehow, either on or off stream. But so we can have everybody and more people too. Crash it with too many mods? Honestly, I feel like that's a true experience and the true way to play Skyrim. Put as many mods as you can in it. I think that's so funny because I hear that from so many other people. Okay, so we need to take out sea forageables. And I think I'm going to put them in a different one. When did I put all of my bait in there? I don't know when I did that. Oopsie. Well, I have plenty of bait, actually. 3 is the best game. I love BG3. I'm finally picking up Baldur's Gate nights again with my friends because we never, actually, let me see. We never finished it, and it's been maybe a year or 2. Can you mod Pokemon? I feel like you could. I'm not even gonna reply. They're all asking when I'm free. I don't work, boys. Make the most smashable character in the community. Yes, as you should. As we deserve to experience, Doc. As we deserve. Ooh, Repo is very easy to mod as well. Anything with the Thunder Store like mods, I feel like is super easy and it's very nice. Content warning was super easy to mod, and then they worked in and made it through the Steam Workshop, so it's super easy now for that. I do love and appreciate that. Can I make a bigger chest? I'm just gonna make a normal one. What else do I got? I do like the rustic. I want to use that somewhere. I don't know where. I think we're gonna go... No, we're gonna fish tomorrow, and then we can do the mines the next day. I probably shouldn't put this here. I just don't know where to store my things anymore, so, you know, fuck it. Sea forageables. Is that the same color as that? Yes, it is. So I can do it that color. Okay. We're trying to have some organization, except I'm gonna have to move a lot of things. So Richard, where do you play Pokemon? Ooh. Because I remember on like the DSs and everything, you could what was it? I forget what the word is, but you can unlock it and mod it on there. We were talking. I should probably charge my DS. We were talking about Pokemon Black, and I still have my DS, and it has a little bit of a charge on it. I will hydrate. Thank you, Fire. I should probably check my Switch is for sure charged. I can't believe some people were selling my Switch for $200. That's just a crazy thought to me. I think we're gonna immediately go fish tomorrow. I wonder... Kind of forgot I actually have a farm. I think I'd like that layout. I almost want to replace one here so that I could water that, so I don't have to worry about it. I'd just rather die right now. Oop. The follow drama power. Oh my god, yeah, the drama with that. They really cracked down on it because of Pal World. Like, they were always very like, this is ours, no touch. But like, Pal World really sent them in a frenzy. And like, you know, I get it. It's so funny. It's so funny to watch it all happen. Ooh, a truffle. Ooh, a piece of candy. I guess since I'm here. I agree with any of their business choices in the past few months. Honestly, fair. That is fair. I don't pay enough attention to it. Gotten so many. Yeah. I get like some of the things with Power World in the sense of like some of them were just looked exactly the same. But it's, oh my god. You know what it reminds me of? The like Kids React, or something that this group of people react when they try to coin the term, like I think it was react, like reaction, like they try to coin a term that was just a normal word, but it's like you can't do this. That's not how this works. think I need to get rid of this tree. Something's right here. A tree. A whole baby tree. Yeah, I feel like that literally was like no more after that. They were gone after that because that just ruined them. Because it's like, what the fuck do you mean? I need to get my oil maker out. I don't know which chest was in. So I can at least keep this oil business going. Thank you, lad. That killed them so fast. Oh, that's that. Do I have truffles in here? Yes. Give me that. And we're just gonna store the truffles in here. For right now. I should actually put it in here. Crap, go in here. Yes, it does. Gouda. Very Gouda cheese. Yeah, we'll take these in. Ooh. I forgot I have 2 tea leaves. Let me put this stuff away. Okay, I have a lot of cheese. Okay, get myself to bed. That was such a long day. Trademark the word react. Okay, it was react. I'm gonna try to trademark the word creature capture style game, which I think is dumb. If it like really copies exactly Pokemon, it's like, okay, sure. You know, fair if it's a little too close. But like, you can have the same inspired games. I think it's cool seeing stuff that's like inspired by the games. To Twitch functions, can I like a chat answers? No, you can, but that's real as hell. That would be really cool. That would be really cool. I wonder if you could do that somewhere else. I don't know all the stuff. And like Twitch, if you're like on mobile, oh my god, mobile. If you're on mobile on Twitch, it's also very funky and wonky, and it breaks sometimes. So that's a fair warning for that. I wish you could like a response. That'd be really cool. I wonder if you can for I don't think you can for most like live streams, because I don't think you could do it for it in WhatsApp. It's like what I thought about it. You know, that's fair. That's if you're playing D&D with us. I don't think I can because I mean, you guys might be playing during the morning. I'm seeing my friend's show that day. Probably could try. Ooh, that's cool now. I should pick these up. I forgot about these. Kai, my knowledgeable one. How long does the wine take again? I remember you said a couple months. I forget. We're gonna grab a random one. What's just the most expensive? Pomegranate. Okay, one random one. Saturday morning, I believe. I'll see. Saturday 10 your time. Okay. I possibly can. I want to, but I'm honestly scared at this point to join. Used to reacting to stuff on Discord, it hurts my brain when I can't. That's so real. I wish you could. I mean, I guess you could just reply, like, hit the reply and then put an emote, but it's not the same as, like, reacting to it. I'm gonna put all my wine out here. Kevin's gonna get mad at me and say, like, see, she doesn't want to play with us. I can? You can? Fair. I just have other stuff to get done. That's the only thing. That's on sale on Etsy. I mean, I've put down some. What type of dice? Okay. What type of dice you looking at? I saw the same dice company I usually see at cons this past weekend at the convention I went to. I love their dice so much, and they sell so many other things. It's really pretty. I think I just put... Oh, not that one. Nope, not that one. That was the same exact chest. Yeah. Let's go check on our animals, and then we go to the beach. Ooh, liquid core. Okay, that's really fucking cool. But then I feel bad taking over chat with the emote replies. That's... You know, that's real. That's real. That's fair. It's no worries if you want to do that, though. I've had a lot of people come in recently where they've been getting, like, either banned or just like told not to do stuff in other people's chat, which some things, yeah, fair, but it's been like weird simple things of just asking questions about the games. I'm like, what? That's weird. But you are free to do as long as, oh, Goatface doesn't have any milk right meow. It's shiny. I like that. I have this specific dice has the liquid fill and it has glitters. Code, I'm using up. Am I using up my messages? No, you do not. You have as many messages as you want. I'm like, this is kind of a free play here, as long as you're nice and respective. Because now I'm getting people coming in where it's just like, oh yeah, I got kicked out because I asked a question. I was like, what do you mean you asked a question, you got kicked out? What do you mean? Did I lock their door? I fear I may have locked the chicken's door. So pretty. Is it? It is a... Oop, don't eat the large egg. Hold on, let me see if this is... Okay, no, that was open. Let me go here. It's like a slight purplish tint, but then it's like iridescent. It's really hard to see. It has like a slight purple tint to it. Hold on. We're trying to do the... this is my makeup brand. It's like a purple iridescent hue to it. Both the inside and the outside. It's very hard to see. I should take pictures of it sometimes. It's very pretty. Immediately drops it. Like to have my chat too? Respectful and kind, totally no issue? Yeah. It's interesting seeing how some people run their chats where I'm like, oh, okay, that's a choice, you know? Like, it's your choice, but like, okay. Because like, as long as everybody's respectful, that's what matters. For me? In which Sarah's mod will bet. So true. So true. Numbers well too. Yeah, you can see the numbers well. Metal dice and I cannot play with them. The numbers are too ornate. Oh, interesting. Okay. I have metal dice. My friend literally bought me like bags of dice, but then he bought me a couple of nice dice. They literally live, they're in that pink bag. Or those are the nice ones in the pink bag. I have 2 other bags. Where's the other bag? Oh, they're all right there. But I had to put them away because I change out the dice every once in a while for what we roll with. Right now it's all like purplish, pinkish. This one has like foil in it. Very pretty. But the metal one literally was leaving marks on my desk. It's very funny. He did give me a mat to, it folds up and makes a, like, box to roll the dice in. But it has all my books on it. And my cat also used to lay on it and sleep on it, so I never could use it because my cat would sleep on it. But then the metal dice started digging up my desk. I'm like, oh my god, these are too strong. The important, having a good time, right? Exactly. We're here for good vibes. That's why, especially with Stardew, I say I won't lie, but we won't lie. Sometimes we end up not even playing Stardew. In the sense that sometimes the day takes us an hour to complete because we just start yapping about things. Because we just want to yap. Because sometimes this song got really emotional and slow. Winter seeds. Where are my jazz seeds? Sometimes we just want to yap. Because sometimes I stream usually Monday, Wednesday. Where did I miss a seed? And then Thursday. I used to stream Fridays, but changed that because of work schedule. But now since this week we're streaming... What did we do? Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday because I was out on Monday. Shaylin kidnapped me to go ice skating. But then I'm very sad because I'm like, okay, now I want to yap for a little bit more because I haven't chatted to everybody. I just want to chat. This is a very calm song and it's going to make me very emotional and sad. What the hell? Beastie Ball, I didn't need that. Oh my goodness. Sometimes we just want to yap. There's like the hard cards. That's so funny. Just guess the numbers. And Rolling Blocks thing that had chat on it and says resting lich face. I love that. That's so cool. ballin'. We ballin'. Do we see tulips? I didn't buy any tulips. Guess I'll get a lot of jazz. Guess I should have bought more. Actually, hold on. Hey man, give me some more flowers. I won't lie. What grows the fastest? That's about to finish growing. That should be finished. We'll just take some just in case. 12 days, 6 days. That'll be finished soon. 6 days, okay. Okay, that'll be finished soon too, so we'll buy those. Okay. Metal dice gold. Ooh, round hollow spheres. To see and easy to move. Okay, I get that. I get that. Man, I want some more dice. I honestly would really like some more metal dice. Those ones are really cool. They're just much more expensive because they're metal. Completely understandable. But like, man, I love a good dice collection. Okay. Put these seeds away and then we go fishing. We just need 10 sardines. That's it. Do I have space in here? Oh, thank God I do. Nope. Fly me away. Oh my God, the bullet ones? The revolver cylinder is so fucking cool. That's depressing. We're just gonna ignore the other one right now. Right meow. Auto metal dice? Because they sound like fairies are talking to you. That's so cute. Oh my God. Also for everybody who's joined us that was new too. Like we like talking about different things. Like literally whatever you want to talk about. Yeah, sardine. You bring it up. We'll yap about it. We are a very big archive of different brains, different knowledge here, different jingles. We gotcha. Yippee! Oh, flounder. I hardly know her. Such a dice goblin, as you should be. I'm just a goblin. I love collecting things. I don't even play D&D. I have... Hey, that's okay. That's like when I went over to your place, Shaylin, and you were just like, yeah, anyway, so I have this tarot deck, and then I have this tarot deck, and then I have this tarot deck. I was like, oh my God. Am I in his way? I hope I'm not in his way because I'm here fishing. I'm just gonna go over here. I don't want to stand by him awkwardly. Ad break. No! Catastrophe of the ad break. I really gotta time those ad breaks. This song is so nice. Well, the tarot I do use. You do use them. But you had so many. Like, not even a bad thing, but like, I was just amazed. I was like, oh, okay, another one. Truth be told, Shaylin, I have all these dice sets and I don't play D&D. Like, I do, but I don't. It's something I want to. I have my character. I just either didn't have time or didn't have groups to play with. They're so pretty. Oh my God, I saw this really pretty deck at the convention I went to. Gorgeous. Yes, it is. Why, yes. Your jingle. But I love how you talk about it, Doc, because you talk about facts about your jingle. They are weapons. So Doc likes to give fun facts about, especially in Resident Evil, because some of them are like, say like the Samurai's Edge gun in Resident Evil. Different name. Oh, there's an Albert Wesker based one too. But so he'll give the fun facts of what the actual gun is based upon. Which I do love that. I love those little fun facts. What was a fun one? How many have I got? 3. Yeah. Oh my God, I see Kai sending me more stuff. What did I get a text? I hope the text was from... No, Winton needs to reply to me. I also need to reply to my other friends. We're bald gang at 6. I need somewhere to film. Man, I have to film an audition and I'm filming this. Man, this is so sad though, because then I need to make sure I get those 2 days off, and that's so fucking hard recently at work. Shaylin, why don't they give us our RDOs, our ADOs? Like, what the frick? Do you play Cyberpunk? I have not. I really want to play Cyberpunk. I have it in my Steam family share. My family share on Steam. I have it there. So I really just need to sit down and play it. I really want... That's something I really want to play. Another sardine, yeah! You meant dice? And I was like, how can dice be illegal? Real. Yeah! 5 the stars unit. Yeah! I love the Samurai's Edge. There's a really good gun in the games. You're not a sardine. You're a little too chunky fish. Not a bad thing, but sardine or just tiny little baby. Actually, anchovy is smaller. Yippee! Louder. Don't forget your handkerchief then. It's really good. Yeah. Oh. What other game? Oh my god. Expedition 33 is one I think I'm finally going to buckle down and buy. Because the last time when I thought about buying it, it was either between that or Date Everything. I did in fact purchase Date Everything. No regrets. No regrets at all. But now we need to buy that one so I can play that. I'm going to cry. Yes, Steve, I'm gonna cry playing. I almost said Date Everything. No. Expedition 33. Didn't believe the hype, but it was great. Yeah, because I told my friend literally over summer when I had last worked with him during the show that I was going to get it. And I have not. So now I need to message him when I actually finally play it. Because it's been so long. I think we're playing through to appease the Kevins. We need to play at least through one of the Kingdom Hearts. I do really want to play the Eel. Eel. Press the wrong button. We gotta play through Kingdom Hearts. We have the first one done. And we are not going back to the first one because I do not want to do that fucking never-ending fight. Or the fucking 2 phases of Maleficent. I never want to do that again. As much as I love that game, I never want to see Maleficent again like that. It was awful. Have you played any Kingdom Hearts? I have. The first one, we did finish that one on stream, but I played that as a kid. Never finished it as a kid because I always got stuck. But that's the only one I had played as a kid. Chain of Memories next? I think we gotta go to that one. I'm sad because I did start 2. But we're gonna have to restart it because we're playing on Steam now. So we can literally start. I think that's gonna be the one that oh my god, don't talk about Mass Effect. I love it. I think we're gonna start on that one. I'll have to see. I will check with the with Kev and what he says to play. Because he wanted me to play them in order of like actual story wise. Yeah, maybe just maybe. I know. I want to see my baby boy again. My baby boy Garrus. We have him in mini duck form. I love him. Oh my god, it's Cyan. Oh my god. Also, what would you like me to call you? Because now I am locking in on Cyan at the end of your name. Anyways, I romanced Garrus and I cried. There was a clip because my friend Jordy, so sweet of him, clipped me crying. I was crying so much at the end of the game because I played them. Sure, Cyan. It's whatever you want. Honestly, truth be told, you can change it anytime, and I will just, I will abide to whatever you wish to be called. Tally Manzer. I love Tally. Tally's so good. Yeah, I did enjoy Cyberpunk 2. Best RPG I've played in many years. Ooh. Okay. Wasn't crying. It was full. I was sobbing. I was sobbing. I don't like. I don't think I could have picked any other ending. I don't think I could have done that to Joker. I don't think I could have done that to Joker. But there was no way for me to live, right? There was no way for me to live. I can't believe you fooled me about Anderson. That's fair. Honestly, Clair Obscur has been going on sale every once in a while. It's on sale right now. It doesn't go on sale for a lot, but it's like 20%, so a couple bucks off. Well, you should snack it next time it's on sale. I think that's a good purchase, a good game selection. I don't know if I'm gonna play it on stream or not. That's been my decision, because I really want to play that game. So I'm like, okay, do we play it on stream? Or do I play that off stream and cry? You know? Do I want to cry on stream again, or do I want to cry off stream? Because the cry will happen. Just depends on where I want to cry. This fish, you weren't supposed to move. Relationship live, but to destroy the ending you had. Max out assets. I want to attempt that. I really want to attempt that because I want her to live, or whatever Shepard. No, if I do that ending with Shepard, I have to romance Garrus again. I have to romance him. I need that happiness. So hard about. Oh my Guardian BG3. I loved him so much. That's so fucking funny, but so devastating. Oh my god. Destroy ending? That means both Geth are dead. I don't know if I mean, I guess I want to see the ending because I want to see Shepard alive with Garrus. But that's gonna hurt so bad for Joker. He's not he's a fictional character. I can play it again and make him happy. It's fine. I could just make them not romance. Can I? What if I just don't influence Edie and Joker to be a thing, and then it's not as hurtful. We just lose a friend, you know? We just lose a friend. Right? It's fucking anchovy. I need one more. Me coping. He's real in your heart, maybe? Literally. No, literally. That I was crying at the end because I'm like, I couldn't. I love this song. I couldn't do that to him. 3 sets. Damn, 3 sets. Okay, that's a good selection of dice then. What is it? It's good, but yeah, that is a lot of money in a sense of next time Clair Obscur goes on sale and you have money saved. I miss that fish. Could do it, but you're gonna be that heartless. But I want to see her with Garrus. I want Garrus to be. Garrus isn't happy. He's not happy. But Joker could be happy. My time for getting a sardine is no longer available. I just want to say that. So I gotta come back and fish one more time. Let's go to the other side of the beach. What did I put? Yes, I did. Your game of the year so far? Oh my god, trying to think of what I played. Oh, let me. Oh no. My ears were hurting. The default, just take out everything. So happy when I saw him. Yes! Oh my god. Dude, my reaction, because, literally this year is when I finished Mass Effect. We started it last year around December, I think. But we literally, this was my first experience playing Mass Effect. That was great. And probably, dude, everything was really fun. I wouldn't say a game of year for me, like personally, like my game of year. Game of year? Personally, my game of year. Personally, my favorite game of the year. I think Silent Hill F was really good. I really enjoyed that. Get that part? Shepard lives, but it's a maybe. I don't even know what I've really played this year. Did Everything was really fun. I really enjoyed that. Definitely made me very depressed playing it because I'm like, oh, to be in love. I'm being loved and appreciated by so many things here. In a romance way, okay? Because I love and appreciate everybody here. And you all love and appreciate me so much. And it makes me cry. But like Mateo, oh my god, Mateo was so sweet in Date Everything. That made me cry. Montana James. I need to finish that. I would say that because it has a lot of content in it. I do really like it and it is really fun, but it's really poorly optimized. Because it just runs it runs okay-ish even when I'm not streaming. And not even streaming to like Discord, like just trying to play it normally. Mr. Fox in the game. Audio material. Mr. Fox. My friend's name is Fox, that's so funny. I did Silent Hill F. I feel like it's top contender. We played Montana James. That was fun. Dying Like the Beast is really fun, but story-wise, still gets beat out by stuff. I'm trying to like think. I'm trying to break things down in my head. What other selections do we have? You don't go in there. I think I have seaweed in the house. Food. So I don't have too many things. Stardew Game of the Year of all years. You know, you're so real for that. Didn't I put... Oh, I collected it. I just never put another one in. I was like, didn't I put one in? Okay. We're just gonna go to bed early. That's what... Stardew is really fun. Stardew's one of those games that I'm like, no matter what, it's just so comfortable and nice. Living off the land, I don't need that. I feel like I didn't play too many like new games. I played a lot of like short horror stories, which I love. I'm actually gonna look. I love and appreciate a lot of good small games. What have we played? Oh my god, let me go to my profile. What have I played recently? Did I start an orchestra experience that I was doing? Yes, I did. I mean, I didn't go see it, but I saw that was happening. I really thought about going to it, but didn't. But anyway, they would have gone. That's fair. Ooh, that's cool. That would have been so much fun to go to. I really want to go to one of those orchestra things now. All I recently played. Sorry, I just saw Gar's message on my profile. It's so funny. I mean, Deadlock is a really fun game. It's not fully out, but I do really love that. Ooh, Crow Country was really fun. I don't know if I played that this year, though. I think that was last year that I played. Repo, you know, actually might be top contender. Got the Sims addiction last year, so I fell into a simulator game. Boom. Damn. That's so funny. Hey, we take it, though. Crow Country is really good. I think I played that last year. I would consider it. Oh my god, I haven't really played that much. Silent Hill, I really haven't played that much. I'm a creature of habit. Let me see, all games. Oh, that's not what I was trying to do. Achievement completion? Oh yeah, I guess let's do playtime, I guess. Let me scroll to games that I have played. Oh my god, Pinnacle. A game I liked enough to play this year was Heartworm. Ooh, interesting. I played a lot of small games. Man, but I haven't played a lot this year. Because, like, I love the Fears to Fathom ones. Those are really small games. I really love those. Yeah, a lot of these I played last year. Got a Hospital 666. I remember playing that with my friends. My god, because we haven't played the new Alien game either. Are we there yet? Is really fun. I do like that. That's another like slop game. Very fun with friends. My favorite like small indie horror game has really been The Classroom. It has a new enemy in it, so I'm intrigued to boot that up sometime. Nightmare Files? That like the lower budget, shorter fears. Yes. Still kind of fun. Yeah. How about Escape the Backrooms? And I suffer. I love Backrooms so much. I have like 9 different Backrooms games. I love it so much. I live for horror. Do I suck at them and have a hard time playing? Yes. But for some reason, I love them still. It's free, I believe. Ooh, interesting. I might check that out. I loved... Man, I played it last year, though. My Friendly Neighborhood was a really fun one. Oh my god, Me-Side. Me-Side was a really good game. Have fun, go eat, have good sleep, quiet, okay? Take care, take care. Me-Side is one that I did play this year, and that was really good. Man. Killer Frequency I played 2 years ago on stream, I believe. That was an amazing game. Played that last year, Wow, that was so long ago. Ooh, Faith was a good one that we played this year, but that's an older game. It didn't come out this year. Ad Infinitum was a fun one as well. I played Crow Country literally last summer. Crazy. It's been that long. Fallout 4, Dead Space. My god. Man, I miss some of these games. Like scrolling through them. Crazy. These are all just not Hoonie Pop being in this. Yeah, I can't even say a Resident Evil game because there's no Resident Evil game that came out this year, and the next one isn't until next year. Perfectly fine. Man, Repo I have a lot of hours in. Repo probably is one of the... It's funny because it's not even like a brilliant game. It's just really fun. It did a really good job. Okay, anime I want to watch... Do you want the site that I use, Kai? If you have ad blocker? Love watching them? Our family watches horror. Oh, horror! Let's play Sundays for breakfast. Oh, that's so cute. I love that. I literally watch so much horror. So like, I love that. I love that. Mayhaps. Yes. Cause like I get that, Kai. Truth be told, you can check Netflix. Netflix has a good amount of animes on it. So if you have a Netflix account or any other like sites, some of them do have anime on it. They're slowly expanding. I don't know what you have, but some of them are slowly don't have Netflix. Okay, you can check Prime and whatnot. Some of the other sites have stuff. Not a lot, but they have a few. They have a few pickings amongst them. Disney does have some, because of the collaboration with what the fuck is it? Hulu. So they do have some. I also don't have Prime. No, that's fair. I'm just naming them. I don't think HBO has any. HBO might have some. Disney does have some because of the Hulu thing. So if you have that like little connection, you might be able to watch some. I don't know what they have though. I do think Silent Hill F is probably one of the best games, like one of the best games for me this year that I've played. Other one I wanted to watch it. K-Pop Demon Hunter is on Netflix. That one is in fact on Netflix. Really good. Did love that one. Okay, let me... Boom, boom, boom. All of my garlic and parsnips are ready! Oh my god, this music has calmed me down so much. Yay! Oh my god, how many parsnips did I plant? I feel like that's more than normal.
Oh, hear me out,
Oh my
everyone.
God.
Yo ho, a pirate's life for thee.
Scared the shit out of me. I won't lie. That pirate like screamed. What's happening here? I think I really should put. There we go. Hello, pig. What is your name? Oh, that one's Crispy Bacon. That was weirdly loud. I think because we have so much calm music going, it just screamed. Hey, can I sail in the 7 seas? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Can we movie night it? I haven't seen. Oh, why was that so cute? I think it's because of how I read it too. I was just like, can we watch it? Can we watch it together? Yeah. Get it for a month to catch up. Oh, that's real as hell. K-pop Demon Hunter is really well done, I think. I wish it was longer, how it was originally supposed to be and everything, but I still think for what it was really well done. I love games, but TV shows me a tad more nervous because I've never done it before. Oh, that's fair, that's fair. The site that I have, that I at least use for, anime is a solid go-to, and it's what I use all the time. I wish I could get Crunchyroll, but like, I don't know, I'm so normal. I'm Kevin Bacon. I'm so used to just going to, this other site. It's like the style of the animation, that's fair. Similar. Why, yes. I don't want to out it to the internet because we all know what happened to our poor fucking Kiss anime. Never to be seen again. Gone forever. Never missed. Never forgotten. Not never missed. I miss it so much. Okay, I'm not gonna put the other milk in, or we're gonna save some of that. And we're gonna take that inside. So come here. Come here, into my pocket. At least I have full food in here. Let's take these eggs inside as well. We're gonna do a little haul. I think I need another refrigerator. I will not lie. I'm going on not the path of which I should be walking on. I make myself a path, and you know what I do? I just don't follow it. That stuff's going inside. Oh, you don't go in there. Just kidding. You're coming out as well. It's coming out, you guys. Yippee! They're gay! And by that, I literally mean my parsnip. Actually, no, it was the duck feather. Side all those. Let's see if we can fit it into our fridge. Man, I love talking about anime. It's been so long. I should keep those on outside. That's good. I only have so many mayonnaise. Oh my god, I have so much stuff in my fridge. I don't know what to put in here. I just started slouching. I'm sitting weird in general. I think we gotta make some stuff. Let's make some food. What can we make? Spaghetti. Ooh, dude, that sounds so good. I think I'm hungry. And you know what time is it? I'm gonna end stream soon anyways. I'm so close to the microphone. Hello. Do. Hash browns. Eel. I have an eel outside, technically. I have some mushrooms. Maybe I go invest in another, tuna. In another fridge so I can bring stuff in. I want food so bad. I want food too. Gonna go to bed? Yes! Honestly, Kai, whenever you need to go to sleep, you go sleep. Ooh. Oh, I could have put that inside. Installs Tavern. A text model for AI character roleplay. Knew my play hours in it? Way too much? Fair. Pizza roll sounds so good. Honestly, pizza sounds so good. What were we thinking about making tonight? Maybe I asked my mom if we can have pizza. I forget what she said. I really want pizza. But, like, it's in the bad sense of where... Your cookies! Go get your cookies! Oh my god. It's in the bad sense that I do want to start, not losing weight, but, like, tone up and work out. Eat healthier. But I could eat an entire fucking pizza right now. And I would only have slight regrets because I would have a tummy ache. That's it. The only regrets I would have would be a tummy ache. Ooh. Almost forgot about those. Pizza earlier was so good. Dude, the pizza sounds so good. Oh, I need to go into the mines to get stuff. Let me put this away. You're coming with me. Okay, that took like about half. What did I want to make? I'm gonna make some of those. Yeah. Let's make... Yeah. We're gonna go farm the mines. I'm gonna go talk to somebody first, though. Pizza sounds so good, especially stuffed crust. That or, specifically here, because I don't think you guys have it out. Oh my god, have it out in Europe at all. At a Subway, as a treat for good news. Ooh, Subway's fucking good, bro. Subway's cookies? Very tasty. Very tasty. But I could fuck up some Wingstop right now. But Wingstop for sure hurts my tummy because of all the oils from deep frying the wings. I will say I get the glorified chicken nuggets because I get it boneless. So they are just chicken nuggies. Community upgrade. I'm a little short. Just like real life. House renovation? Okay, we don't want to spend our money on that. Construct buildings. Shop. Hello, do you have a fridge? Ooh. A yellow armchair. What do you think of Philly cheesesteak? Ooh, Papa John's has a garlic. Ooh, see, we have Domino's close by us and they have the garlic crust. What's a Wingstop? It's a wing place. They have different flavored wings, but essentially what I get is wingless chicken. So instead of it being like chicken wings or whatever, barbecue, like they have different flavors. I like getting like lemon pepper. They also have a Korean barbecue one that's very good. And there's a garlic parmesan flavored one. But I get it boneless, so it is essentially a giant chicken nugget with flavors. But their fries are really good because their fries have like sugar or something on it. I really like it. Hot honey. Ooh, I should try the hot honey sometime. But they do fuck up my tummy. The probably wings, the bone version probably wouldn't fuck up my tummy as much as the boneless because the boneless is severely breaded. Maybe I should get normal wings sometime, you know? So I don't fuck up my tummy. But yeah, that's what it is. Voodoo fries. Ooh, I've never had the voodoo fries. Wizard couch. I would like a full fridge. I don't want a mini fridge. Robin, I have a lot of food. I have to feed for me. Sebastian, not Sebastian, oh my god. Now I'm married to Elliot here. Elliot drinks coffee. Dude, but their fries have like sugar or something because they have a sweetness to it. It's very interesting. I didn't like it at first. But I do for sure like it now. Do I have? Fuck. I actually do need to be in the mines. I need to go fish. How many more days do I have of that? 3 days. Okay, we'll go fish later. Let me do this. Why do I have sap in my pocket? Is that sap in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me? Man, man, now I just want bread, dude. I just love bread. Like, oh my god. Boom. How many more songs are on this? Or has this just like looped? Oh my god, no, there's a lot of songs. This is Rival. Okay, we need a new. Matilda. Sonic. I was kind of fucking up with just the OSTs. What's another good... Donkey Kong. Oh my god. What's another good OST that we like, that we want to play? Because I'm down to just listen to those today. That or I can put on Epic again, and we can all have a sing-along. And by that, you would just be hearing me sing along, so you would be forced to hearing my butchered singing, because I don't feel like actually singing. You would be subjected to my... meow-yoki. Yes. Harvest all of the things. Professor Layton. One hell of an owl. He bit my toes. This song scared the shit out of me. Rockin' Stone. I'll take it. Because we're about to end the Beastie Ball. Oh. Grab. Entire OST. Like, we've listened to it all. Which is crazy. I just had it going. Against God? Because you're a beastie against a god? That's so cute. I love it. I really like the Beastie Ball OST. It's really good. Because you're a beastie against a god. No worries, bud. Please have a good rest of your day. Take care. Take care. If you stop by stream again, we will be streaming tomorrow. Me and that oh! Get away from me, bud. Me and that silly little goober giving me music. I should play those stupid cat playlists that we listen to. We'll be playing Resident Evil 5. I'm hoping, and I'm going to aim that we beat Resident Evil 5 tomorrow, and I think... that has a funny scene, but I think we have... Gar's playing Dispatch. Oh, that's actually exactly what I needed. Save the cookies, fuck yeah! What type of cookies did you end up making? I'm getting new music. Should be the full thing? Ooh. Yes, it is. What a great little tune. I just took off my pants. I tapped back in and straight up just took off my fucking pants in the game. Chocolate chip mini cookies. Hell yeah. So I can eat more of them. That's so real. It's like you're eating more, but they're minis, so you're not. But just eat them all. Don't eat them all. Missions for Beastie? Because all the random music tracks, and sometimes you'll be fighting the smallest, cutest beast, and then it decides to play the Beastie Ball against God, and I'm like, which one of you is God? A small bird. Which one of you is hiding from me? Take it off, I roll. I have shorts on, I don't even got pants on. That was just so funny. What game is this? They fit well in my... Ooh, actually, that's quite smart. Use the air fryer for that. There's so many things I want to try to cook in the air fryer. So much possibilities. We just watched one. I don't know who I was talking to. Oh, it was when I was in bistro training. I don't remember what they made. Oh, it was s'mores. It was s'mores in the air fryer. But it was just like a smorgasbord. It was just like all the s'more in there so that you use the graham cracker to dip into the s'more and chocolate. I can't speak right now. Oh my gosh. In the childhood, we played DS puzzle game. Ooh. Okay. Like 6. That's crazy. Crapper s'mores are... I didn't mean to say crapper. I meant to say crack. I was trying so hard to say cracker, and I really... Oh. I saw that. Oh. I murdered him. I really just instantly... Just crapper. Love me some s'more crapper. When you try your best, but you don't succeed. I do love s'mores, but like, s'mores in the air fryer? Sounds really cool. Dough in the balls, freeze them when I want a quick cookie or 3. 10 minutes. Ooh, that's quite nice. That's quite nice. Nice little save for like, if you want a cookie. Oh my god, I hurt myself. Oh. I guess he's gonna turn into a bee. 2007, I believe? Such an attachment to... Ooh, accordion music? You know that's real. That's fair. But also accordion music is really cool. I don't like being in this layer. This layer of, underground. I need to be certain layers. All good? Just same thing without thinking. It's real. I mess up on my words so badly. Just saying word like breaded chicken into... That's a breaded brickin'. That's like, oh my god, what freaking word? I had one recently that is just a new, like, little stem of word to say over and over again. Never had s'mores. They good? Yeah, marshmallow, chocolate, and usually... That's a hummingbird. I was like, what the hell did I just see? It's a hummingbird. It's, graham cracker, and then it's a giant marshmallow, and then chocolate. I say giant, it's just the normal size marshmallow. It's not the mini ones. And it's a little sandwich, and you roast it. But, like, this was made in the air fryer on parchment paper, so it's easy to clean. And it was just chocolate and marshmallows sprinkled in, and then you dip the graham cracker in. Salty? Graham crackers are sweet. Because, yeah, crackers are salty. Graham crackers are sweet. They have, like, oh god, they're so fucking good. I could eat so many graham crackers. I should have bought some from the store. Is that the ultimate Stand in the best game? Stanley... Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. I can't believe I left you with that. That is so funny. Treatise. Manifesto. Cookie. Manifesto. Oh, bet. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. I don't know if this matters. Chocolate and American marshmallows also... That's fair. I mean, I don't know how it would... I wonder how it would taste with, like... I don't know. No, now you have me thinking. Now you have me thinking, Doc. Oh! Whoa, hey. You're not what I was thinking about. Because, like, that is a fair point. Our stuff is very different. And it's not, like, super different. But, like, obviously the taste comes differently. But they sell Hershey's over here, and it tastes like... Yeah, you're right. Do I still buy the Hershey's cookies and cream? Yeah, because sometimes I'm desperate for cookies and cream chocolate. You have to... Oh, yeah, we for sure have different chocolates. Chocolate is for sure different. And that's simply... I don't know why. Like, I forget the fucker's name who decided, yes, we're going to sour our milk. Because that's why it's different. That's, like, the partial ingredient. Probably some other stuff just because of where we are. Gets sourced a little bit differently and whatnot. But that's the main thing that makes it taste different. Graham crackers aren't a thing here. That's so sad. Because they're just really good. And that I'm biased to it because I like bread. And it's a form of carb that I like. And it's sweet. And I like it. An American bandit. Why did we have to ban it? Let me have good chocolate. Please, I want good chocolate. I exploded in it before I picked it up. Oopsie. True, digestives would be close. Actually, yeah. Kai, when I come visit you, whenever that is, I'll bring you some graham crackers. But also, I feel like I'm gonna start a beast because, like I said, graham crackers are just really good. Is that a fried egg? Got me my fried egg shirt. We're taking that off. Theme park one day? Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. If you ever do visit and you want to try different things that are over here compared to what you have, I can always give you a list of, like, my favorite brands. God, I really want graham crackers now. I really do want graham crackers. I'm gonna farm these bats. American s'mores, yeah. S'mores in general, just really great, and with whatever you have. Man, even some like just toasted bread with a marshmallow and chocolate on it sound really good. I want good chocolate. Some of the chocolate here, I mean, I guess compared to Hershey's, isn't super bad. But still does not compare to your guys' chocolate. Simply because of how we treat our chocolate. We treat our chocolate like shit. Treat chocolate right. Galaxy chocolate? Ooh, that's fair. Galaxy chocolate is good. If that's the right chocolate for s'mores, unfortunately. Really? I feel like it could work. I mean, I don't know. I'm biased. I love sweet things, so like, I will eat anything. Honestly, yeah, I'll just eat anything. I will just eat anything. How many do I have? 3. I need 1 more at the least. That's a fried shirt. That's a bomb. Okay. Couldn't even think about eating American chocolate? Yeah, that's fair. What chocolates do we have? I'm like just thinking of actual brands. Like Hershey's. We have a brand that you guys have, but unfortunately...
If you want good chocolate, Sarah, gotta go to Aldi and get their chocolate and hazelnut shells.
Ooh. I honestly have not been to Aldi at all, and I have one super close. I really need to go. I just haven't gone because I'm scared of going in because of mugs. I really like mugs. Ooh. The chalky oranges are really good. Think Sweden? Yeah, Switzerland. Swiss chocolate is really good. How's that out? I'm gonna spend all my money to come over there. Yeah! I'll help you pay for things, and I'll meet up with you and give you some of my food. I'll make you Mexican food, because I know that's something you don't have. I'll make you authentic, and I'll take you to other authentic places. Or just sneaking the good stuff. That's so funny. They're just sneaking the good stuff from around us. Taking the good stuff around you. I haven't bought a mug in 2 weeks. Yeah, that's why I'm scared of Aldi, because, like, I seen the mugs you got from there. That shit's nice. That shit's nice. Right, Swiss camouflage? Damn, crazy. I'm trying to think of the other chocolates. I was thinking of chocolate. Yeah, we do have a chocolate brand that you guys have, but it is the same case where the chocolate is treated different and made. I almost said cooked. I guess in a way, yeah. But made differently than your chocolate there, even though it's the same brand. I just hate that. Treat chocolate right. I think I might go insane. Oh, you're real as hell for that. You have collected a lot for Kai. Oh. Okay. Exploding them all. Okay, well I got geodes, but not the geodes I need. Oh, you know what I need? I need to go to bed. Holy shit. I still have not found the other dwarf book. Oh, inventory full. Okay, that's staying there. The cutest. Oh, hello, autumn mug. Ooh. Double-walled glass pumpkin mug. Oh, that sounds nice. I'm actually gonna smoke those. I'll sell that for now. I'll sell you. I don't need that. That's not worth a lot, so we'll just keep the rest. Smoke that while I put things away. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, I have 8 now. Boom. No. Boom. I would like to boom and put that there. Oh, actually, I can. Boom. 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 Cave carrot? No. Boom. Oh. Boom. Boom. I don't know why I'm saying boom. It's now stuck in my head, though. Oh, wrong one. This one? Boom, boom, boom. And we go here, and we put this. Ah, shit, I need to put that over there. Ah, shit, this goes over here. That goes there. That doesn't go there. This goes there. What time is it? Okay, I have time. Shit, that doesn't go there. This goes here. Oh, wait, but this goes here. I don't know where anything goes anymore. Oh my god. Boom. Take that inside. Okay. Save up and get me an early Christmas present? What is this? It's Pokemon, obviously. Verifying device. Yes. Poke Center. I really want Sprigatito plushie so baddie. So baddie? So bad. Need to get my laundry done? Well, go get that done. Thank you so much for joining and thank you for yapping. I hope to see you around, but please have a good rest of your day and get laundry done. Get some good sleep eventually as well. I have to end soon anyways. Oh, actually, I think we're ending on this day. The Wooloo mug is actually really cute. I'm determined to get myself a cute Sprigatito. So baddie? So baddie me? Yes. Bye-bye. Have a good rest of your day. I want to see if this gets done. I guess I won't. I'll keep it in my pocket, though. I really love when Turnip checks in on me. It's just like, hey, are you sure you know what that means? I'm like, yes. Yes, I do. Okay, I guess we're ending on that day. That was a good stream, though. Man, I really want chocolate now, but I really want pizza. I actually really want, like, cheesy bread. Just cheesy bread. I forgot this farm is called Bread Cheese. Have you considered bread cheese? For winter selection? Man, I really want mugs. We're gonna end it on that day because I am getting really hungry. Patty, smash if you smash if one way so. Can't wait for tomorrow. Gonna be oh my god. Kai, let me give you the rundown. Let's honestly, one Kai, I really like that soundtrack. That soundtrack's really nice. Oh, not baby no money. What's the where's my on repeat? There's my silly little song. Okay. I couldn't find my silly little song. Okay. Day today, I've been awake since 6 a.m. Oh my god, well get some good sleep. Rundown for tomorrow, guys. We are finishing 5. You can get to see the funny scene of 7. 7 minutes is all I can spare to play with you. We will get the ending. You will see me traumatized by him. You'll get little lore drop, and then we're gonna whip it into fucking 5th gear and get to 6, and we're gonna do Leon and Helena's story. I don't care who's with us, but we are starting that. We are getting that done. As long as we beat 5 on time. We're gonna do that. We will finish 5. We have no choice. Will we get to 6 and start it? We'll see about that. I'll download it and prepare. Oh, hell yeah. We have lots of things and a lot of sillies in the Discord. More than welcome to yap and do whatever you want. If you have animals, please send us pictures because we love animals so much. Right? Happy to fun. Oh my god, yes, because fire. Yes. I'm glad. I'm gonna have to sit down. I'm gonna have to somehow join your stream sometime. Hopefully I can catch your stream. We have 4 doggos. Fuck yeah. I have a many of cats. I need to post more pictures of my cats. There isn't finishing 5 tomorrow. Hey, I'm determined to. Honestly, we've gone through relatively fast. My bet is will we finish 5 and have time to go to 6? That's the bet. Gonna mute the pet channel. Fair. Real as hell. Now I'm gonna do everything in my power to be able to beat it on time. So that I can prove you wrong. Man, I have to figure out a look for an audition now. Spregaguito. We're gonna go to a fellow farmer who, I don't know, I'm looking. I'm looking with my little eyes. What does it give me if I do this? This person's icon on Twitch is Spregaguito. Oh, look. Man, that layer of hair is crazy. That just looks like a whole different haircut. Crazy. Anyways, thank you all for joining today. Let's see if who is streaming. Bow 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 bow. Oh my god. Bugs. Hee 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 hee. Fatal frame. Ooh. Yes, you can. It'll stop me from rating into Tori. I love Tori so much. It's really bad we rate Tori so much. She deserves it, though. And I feel so safe dropping off people there. Coffee. Let me attempt to spell. I type in that coffee cup. We will go there. Circle, Miss Go. Love you, Doc. Please stay safe. I will see you tomorrow. Okay, we will raid to this little silly little goober, so we will do our normal little raid. Got that it's got, don't know what you got, don't know what you got, don't know what you got till it's gone. Cat ride. For those who have a subscription, here's a little raid message for you. Oh my god, I was? Well, I'm glad I can do good. I hope I held up your raid with honor. I got 2 raids. Like, I got a raid right before you jumped in. So it was just like one raid, just finished talking, and then you raided in. I was like, oh, let's go. Totally worth it. Hell yeah. I hope your streaming journey and everything is going well, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. Your stream? Yes, thank you all for joining. Gang, you can be as weird as you'd like, I promise. Okay, but that. We'll still do a normal. We'll come in normal. Sat like a normal person and everything. Yes, I'm gonna say goodbye from here. Bye-bye. I love you all, and I hope you all have a good rest of your day. Thank you for an amazing day, an amazing stream. And yes. Thoroughly enjoyed your stream. I'm glad. I thoroughly have enjoyed all the apps that I've come from both raids, because I think we have some people stay from both ones. But I thoroughly enjoyed the app in with you, so I really had to stop by and see a stream of yours or two. I'm so bad at catching people's streams. I just never on my computer anymore. But please have a good rest of your day, everybody. I love you all. I will see you all tomorrow. So please, everybody, stay hydrated, stay well, stay everything. Keep yourself. Good self-care. Keep yourself going. I love you all, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.